content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
What's cracking, everybody, man? I'm Gigi. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases, man. You know how I get down. Before I get things started, like I always do, I want to give a shout out to all you haters out there, man. I hope y'all passing a good afternoon. If you're just not getting in, man, could you please do me a favor, man? Hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. And hit the bell notification button so you can stay abreast of what's cracking there on the Green Gorilla channel, man. And you know, as a matter of business, I always give a shout out to each and every member who has decided to become a patron of the Green Gorilla channel. So let me start off by giving them their shouts outs and Patreon shouts outs. And then we're going to get to the business this evening, man. So shout out to Larry R, Seth Son, Michael Ross, Devon Love Ridge, Afro Truth TV, Show Me Brotherly Love, J. Cleveland Green, Raiz Majid to Spain, man. Big up to y'all, man. Big up to Lee Ways, Tahuti of New Comet, No Sleep, Ben Cannon, Kenton, Seven Coast Dojo, Apex Prowler, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, Blacksburg 404, and Honest Looking Sherlin Woe. Big up. Big up to Ricky Dawson, Stefan, Julius Ferguson, Lord Hamal, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Superman's Cape, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains in H-Town. Big up. Big up to Rogish the Billmonger, BD Main, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Binga, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanco 1, D Scott, Path Guy 74, Pete Rock 496, and Aaron Peters. Big up. Big up to Barnolas, Dardar, Vincent Lindsay, Beautiful Trauma, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard 80OS, Jazz Tech, Shadow Observer, Sugar T, Artisan MC, Kyle J. Sura. Big up to y'all, man. Big up to Kareem, Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, Dreamlit, A. Wilson's Ghost, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, and Marvin Battle Jr. Big up. Big up to Mark Holt, Adam, BGS Ibmore, Ignatz Mouse, Brian Peaks, Papa Didas, Scott Haywood, Black Uru, Dr. Tree, and Leroy Honeycutt. Big up. Big up to 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karan S, Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Greg, Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, and Jason Hills. Big up. Big up to Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donald Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, and Mr. Heat. Big up. Big up to Sir Anthony, ML Law, Universal 178, Rasheed Barnes, Aaron Smith, DH, Red Pill Revelator, Aaron Infinite, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalonja Kala, Hostile Adept, and W. Pierre 1. Big up. And I can't forget the brothers in heaven, man. Forrest Windu, David Carroll, and Kevin Samuels, man. And also, I want to give a shout out on my Patreon side to Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby, J Live, Rashawn Phillips Sorrells, Keith Bass, Nick, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, J. Cleveland Green, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, Tyrone Hampton, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Presuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Jay Bailey, Mr. Michi, Momal, and Asangwa. Big up to all y'all, man, straight up. You deserve a round of applause, as always. Thank you so much for being members of the Green Gorilla channel and helping me to keep things going. I appreciate that. I really do. This is sincere. And if you're a person who hasn't supported, made a commitment to supporting the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis, and you're wondering how you can, check out the following message, and then we'll be back with what we're supposed to be doing here, man. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla Channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla Channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, we back. I'm GG. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla Channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chasers. Before I get things started, I want to shout out to people out there in the chat, man. Shout out to Genesville, John Jones, I see you. Shout out to Shadow Observer, F. Holiday, High Scholar. Shout out to him. Wannabe Mystic, Outlaw, Indigo Flow, A. Wilson's Ghost. Shout out to all y'all out there, man. Big up. And look, man, this is not, today I'm talking about ghetto culture. Since, you know, some of you guys have this great affinity for talking about ghetto people derisively. Now, I'm not, you know, indicting everybody in the black manosphere with that, you know, with that charge, but let's just be honest, man. It's a lot of comments and statements and a lot of judgments being issued about people who are considered to be ghetto, both male and female. So, you know, we're going to talk about ghetto culture today. Again, I'm reading from a book. The name of the book is called Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. It's written by a Harvard professor. His name is Tommy Shelby. Okay? And, you know, speaking about educated pookies, man, John Jones, man, you know, I suspect, and I'm just going to be honest with this, man, like, you know, I suspect that the whole pookie narrative is surrounding a group, or the people who promote the whole pookie argument, or a group of guys who, you know, feel like they're being overlooked because women are picking people that they consider to be culturally less valuable than themselves. So they perceive education, maybe a good job or position at a corporation or in the government or something like that. They perceive that as making them sexually attractive when, you know, there are a lot of factors that go into being sexually attractive than having a good job and being educated. Like, it's more to it than that. So I suspect that a lot of that comes from jealousy or, you know, not having access to, let's be frank here, pussy, which to me is, quite frankly, I'm just going to be honest about it. To me, that's just some pussy ass shit to me. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. That's some pussy ass shit to me. So you got a whole narrative surrounding being mad at women because you ain't got access to pussy. So now you gonna shame the men and the women because you ain't got access to pussy. Man, that's some pussy ass shit, man. Y'all some bitch ass niggas for that, man. I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. You some hoe ass niggas for that shit, man. Straight up. I just gotta tell you the truth, man.
Oh, hey man, pull your skirt down, B.
Pull your fucking skirts down, man. That's some bitch ass shit, man. That's some hoe ass shit. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest, bro. Like, when is the last time you've ever been able to shame? When have you ever been able to shame a woman into giving you some pussy, bro? win in life, man. You think you gonna shame your way into the pussy, man? That does not work, sir. It does not work, man. Let me say this again so you fucking nerdy ass, you fucking dumb ass, insecure motherfuckers can understand it, dude. You cannot shame your way into the pussy, bro. I'm firing shots at you, dude, bro. You can't do it. It does not work, man. I've never seen it. Name for me one dude anywhere who's been able to shame a woman into giving him some pussy. To shame him. Shame her into giving you some ass. Or thinking that you're the guy. I don't even like dudes to use dirty macking, which to me is like, I'm gonna talk to this chick about how insufficient her man is and how much better I am. Like that Tupac can you get away bullshit. That's some punk ass shit to me too. That sucker ass shit. Can you get away? That's some sucker ass shit to me too. You gotta disrespect another dude in order to get into the draw. That's some hoe ass shit to me too. I'm just keeping it real, man. Anyway, man, shout out to Wannabe Mystic. He says, let's kick off donations tonight. Support your scholars. GG, thank you for talking about these educational topics. I don't get why brothers in this space are obsessed with talking about women 24/7. Well, you know why. Look, I don't have a problem with men talking about women. Not for real. We all do. But it can't be the only thing you talk about. It can't be the only thing that you obsess over. There has to be more. It has to be something else. But if you got to denounce another, like that can you get away shit, that shit don't work for real, man. You disrespecting another nigga so you can slide into the pussy. Man, that's some bitch-made shit if I ain't never heard of it, bro. You niggas may as well be Ralph Tresvant and shit. You need a man with sensitivity, a man like me. Come on, man. You guys can't be on that. Please tell me y'all ain't on that bullshit, bro. He said, John Jones said, but lames or uses targets a dirty vacuum to exalt their position, but it's lame's fault for not having anything cool about them. Look, I don't take stock and inventory on being cool either, man. I just say be yourself. You can't be anything other than who you are. It's somebody for everybody. But, you ain't got to disrespect somebody else, man, to make yourself look better, man. That's all I'm saying. You ain't got to disrespect somebody else in order to big yourself up, man. To me, big yourself up. Improve yourself. Look at your shortcomings and your flaws and figure out what you're doing wrong instead of looking at somebody outside of yourself to see what they're doing wrong. It's like similar to what Jordan Peterson says when he says, clean up your own room. Don't worry about what Pookie doing. Worry about what you doing. Don't worry about what Ray doing. Worry about what you doing. But anyway, man, look, I'm not gonna get into it too long, man. Look, I'm done with it, bro. I'm done having a conversation about that at this moment. But we're talking about ghetto culture. Shout out to TD Hip Hop Media, man. Shout out to you, man. I got to get you to come on the show one day, man. I know some of the things that I say here are a little bit vulgar and profane, and I don't want to draw you into that, but I do like your show. And, one day I would be humbled, man, if you could come on and kick the Willy Bobo with me and talk about some issues and perspectives related to politics and economics, man. I would greatly appreciate that. But anyway, man, shout out to TD Hip Hop Media, man. But I don't care about being profane, man. I personally, I don't buy into the politics of respectability. I don't, man. So anyway, man, again, as I said before, I'm reading a text. The name of the text is called Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. And the book is written by a Harvard professor in philosophy. His name is Tommy Shelby. And what he's done is, I think he's exhaustively delineated the conditions of the ghetto and what can be done about it and the various proposals for solutions that people have in regards to it. Okay? And I think it's a springboard into a conversation because a lot of guys are having conversations about ghetto people or what they consider to be ghetto, right? But not in any systematic, kind of logical or processual way. It's just always random, offhand, ad hoc comments about black culture and how the community's dead and about how it's all about single moms and shit like that and pookies. And it's not a very sophisticated conversation at all. So I said, okay, as a springboard, let's have a go. Let's dive into a text that covers these matters systematically and logically, utilizing academic information that is up to date, not based upon the shit that happened in the 70s or the 80s, but like what's happening now in academia. What are the proposals that people are making to mitigate the problems that exist in the ghettos in America? What's being proposed? Okay. So having said that, man, like I always do, I want to get you up to speed. I'm not going to spend a lot of time getting you up to speed, though. But I do want to, recap a little bit where we've gone and where we're going to go today, okay? So let me get myself ready for this. Ready for this. Okay, that's not where I want to be. I want to be here. This is where I want to be. Okay, so look, in this book, The Dark Ghettos, okay, and as a reminder, I haven't said this, but if there is a text that you want me to cover in the future, please let me know what it is. Leave a comment in the comment section to this video or email me. My email is GwithaPhD@gmail.com. Email me and I'll consider what to do next. Because I think, going into text is important, okay? And having conversations surrounding text is important. And preferably, it should be an academic text. But, I'll go into any other kind, but I would prefer to get into something that's academic, of an academic kind. But that's just my personal preference, though. So anyway, the book starts off by, basically saying, well, how do people propose to solve the problems of the black ghetto, okay? Usually they use an approach called the medical model. The medical model is just basically trying to find out what features of the ghetto exist, what are the linchpins to keep those features of the ghetto in place, come up with an effective solution to remove the linchpin, and hopefully the problems of the ghetto will just fade away. This is what he calls, again, the medical model. And the aim of it is to increase the material welfare of the people who are living in the ghetto through targeted interventions into their lives, okay? Now, he says this evokes certain problems. The first problem is the status quo bias problem. That maybe, attempting to integrate the ghetto poor into a system that already exists, rather than to see their resistance to do so, right? Maybe the system itself is problematic and not necessarily the people, okay? Then he says there's also an issue called the problem of downgraded agency, where you don't really try to understand what ghetto people are doing and if their choices or if their culture is logical given the circumstances or the conditions in which they exist. So your status quo bias can lead you to see dysfunction where actually political resistance exists. Then he says there's also the problem, which is an epistemological problem called the unjust advantage blind spot problem. Because most people who are successful typically tend to think that they deserve their success because of the merit the effort that they've put into their careers or their lives or whatever the case may be, as opposed to being beneficiaries of unjust systems, okay? So the privileged tend, to think that they've earned all of the advantages that they have, as opposed to the fact that some of the disadvantaged are in the position that they're in because of injustice, okay? So what he does is, the author, he talks about, a lot of things. So everything that I have bolded, I'm not going to define it and go into great depth explaining it. He talks about the stand and fight tradition of black folks. He says there's a long historical tradition of us fighting and resisting against domination, oppression, and injustice. And he says he upholds that tradition and he wants to, add to it, okay? But then he comes up with a term called liberal egalitarianism, which I think many of the persons in this book hold, and I think that he critiques people who mean well. Because, liberal egalitarianism is the position that negative liberty, along with civic equality, in conjunction to economic fairness, all have to be present in order for justice to obtain in a culture or in a society, okay? He talks about non-ideal theory as opposed to ideal theory. I'm not getting into that. He talks about the basic structure of society, which are the basic institutions which make up every culture or society, major political, economic, and social institutions. He talks about the norm of reciprocity, namely that society in and of itself is a system of social cooperation over time, and the benefits and the burdens of any society should be, fairly distributed amongst all of the citizens, and not just benefits or burdens to disproportionate amounts of citizens, okay? So, benefits and burdens should be shared, and benefits just shouldn't be accrued to one demographic or one, class of persons, okay? He talks about racism in the forms it takes. There's ideological, institutional, and structural racism. I'm not getting into all of that. He talks about laissez-faire racism, which I say a lot of Negroes also display themselves, okay? He talks about discrimination and how discrimination in and of itself is not necessarily wrong. But there is such a thing as wrongful racial discrimination, and he defines that. Not getting into that right now. Absolute poverty, he talks about that. Relative poverty, he talks about that. He's not in this text really making a statement about absolute poverty, which is basically what a lot of people refer to, in order to demonstrate why America is so great. Well, America's so great because nobody's absolutely poor. Even fat people, I even make the argument myself. Poor people can be fat, which is true to a certain extent. I get it. But to him, the argument is not about absolute poverty as much as it is about relative poverty and the fair distribution of benefits and burdens amongst American citizens in general, okay? There's a concept called equal opportunity. Shelby promotes that. There's another concept called social equal opportunity, which he rejects, which he thinks is too strong, okay? So he opts for the weaker version of opportunity, okay? And he does so by means of, the difference principle, which is a Rawlsian concept. I'm not getting into that right now, okay? Look at the other shows that I've done thus far to catch up to that, okay? He defines what the ghetto is. The ghetto is a metropolitan neighborhood that's visibly marked by racial segregation. Then he talks about what segregation is and how he's not making a reference to segregation as Jim Crow. He's making a relation to, or he's defining a residential pattern, okay? Wherein a metropolitan region has different racial compositions, okay? He talks about racial clustering, two or more similarly segregated neighborhoods. He defines concentrated poverty, neighborhoods that have poverty rates of 40% or higher. He discusses concentrated disadvantage, which has to do with the amount of people in a neighborhood who suffer from multiple deficits in well-being. I'm not going to discuss what those are. He talks about disadvantaged neighborhoods, which are places, not people, but places that suffer from a relative lack of nearby and readily accessible goods, services, and opportunities that you have to have in order for human beings to flourish. Then he defines type 2 ghettos in contradistinction to type 1 ghettos, where you got 20 to 30% of the poverty there as opposed to 40%, which you have in type 1 ghettos, okay? But he says that the concentrated disadvantage, which, you know, has to do with well-being, is just as severe in type 2 ghettos as they are in type 1 ghetto neighborhoods. But this is where we come to what we're going to really be talking about. Not actually, we're not going to be talking about the new integrationists, but it's important that we cover this because there are people who propose, okay, to eliminate the problems of the ghetto. And it's, to me, it's obvious that he's saying that these people use the medical model. And in so doing, what they're doing is they're basically using status quo bias, okay? They're suffering from the problem of downgraded agency. And they have epistemic blind spots, relative advantage blind spots, and they can't see them, okay? So these new integrationists say, well, we have to integrate ghetto neighborhoods in order to, you know, ensure that people who live there have a fair shot, you know, in society. So the problem is to just put black people around white people, which I think is absurd. And of course, Tommy Shelby thinks is absurd as well, okay? And then he talks about, well, something he calls egalitarian pluralism, which I'll define in a few seconds, but he says, look, black people are partly responsible for being segregated away from white folks, okay? Now, one could say that it's because white people don't want to be around us because black people have undesirable characteristics, like they're criminals, they have a backwards culture, they don't want to work. But, you know, also there's the phenomena of self-segregation. Black peoples like to accumulate and agglomerate amongst themselves, right? So he talks about proxy discrimination, which I'm not going to get into. He talks about the duty of justice. I'm not going to really actually get into that tonight. But he does talk about closing ranks, which I think is important, which is a defensive tactic that a group uses to like circle the wagons around its own group and to protect their own social ties, okay? Talks about black critical mass, which is if a neighborhood has 25 to 50% of a black population, then that population has, or that neighborhood has a black critical mass. Talks about black solidarity in distinction to black community. For Tommy Shelby, black solidarity is a political affiliation or, you know, a kind of commitment to a political ideal, whereas a black community could be, you know, predicated upon a political idea, but it often is based upon shared heritage, culture, lifestyle, desire that comes from living around people who look like you and who have similar life experiences as you. They like to be around where they've grown up, and it just so happens to be the case that where they grew up was a neighborhood that was filled with black folks, or they might want to avoid being around white people whom they consider to be racially hostile, okay? Now, he talks about a couple of concepts that are influential as it pertains to integration itself or justifications for it. Talks about desegregation. I'm not getting into that. Talks about social equality, national interracial solidarity, and residential diversity. But what he does do, and what's important, is that he says for the new integrationist, residential diversity is a must. You have to have it in order to, you know, institute what he calls corrective justice, okay? You got to have black people live around white people if you're going to remedy the problems of the ghetto. To me, that just seems insulting as hell. It is insulting, and I think Tommy Shelby agrees. He offers up two models that the new integrationists proffer. One is based upon racial integration. The other is based on something he calls economic integration. I will talk about briefly the racial integration. Maybe the next time I do a show about this, I'll talk about the economic integration. But right now I'm going to gloss over that and go straight to chapter 3 because it'll at least give us some backdrop. So this is all the backdrop, okay? So there's a philosopher by the name of Elizabeth Anderson, and she is the major proponent of racial integration, okay? According to Anderson, you just can't have desegregation And social equality in and of itself is not enough. You're going to also need racial diversity in neighborhoods because you're going to have black-white interaction. And here's why. She says that black people lack social capital, whereas white people monopolize it. Okay? What is social capital? It's networks of associates through which knowledge of and access to opportunities are disseminated, and norms of trust and reciprocity are enforced. And she says that Shelby says that it takes two forms: bonding capital and bridging capital. Of course, bonding is forming ties and alliances with people who share your identity formation, whereas bridging social capital is ties between people who have different social identities and backgrounds, okay? So Anderson basically says unjust black-white inequality can only be overcome if blacks join white social networks so that their bridging capital can be enhanced. So that white people give black people vital information about employment and educational opportunities and so forth. So the problem is that black people don't have social capital and they don't have access to networks. The only way that you can achieve this is by putting black people in close proximity to white people such that they can then be able to take advantage of the networks that white people have, okay? Then there's something called economic integration. I said I wasn't going to really cover it right now, so I'll wait, okay? But just know this. According to Shelby, there are limits to the integrationist argument, okay? There are limits to it. And instead of moving with that kind of, vision, he wants to offer one of his own, which he calls egalitarian pluralism. And he says, yeah, it's true. Racial justice requires desegregation. It requires social equality. But most importantly, I think he says it requires economic fairness, which is what you don't get, okay? But he says it does not require residential integration. But it doesn't oppose it. But it doesn't proscribe, which it doesn't call for black people to not be amongst each other. It doesn't say, well, you can't agglomerate with each other because that's racist. He's going to say, no, it's not, okay? He says unjust race-based racial exclusion demands an appropriate response, as do socioeconomic disadvantages caused by racial injustice. Yet that response should be to prevent and rectify discriminatory treatment, to establish fair equality of opportunity, and to ensure an equitable distribution of income and assets. And I think that part is the part that's missing, okay? He says if this were to occur, black people will be able to live in neighborhoods that they choose, whether they be white ones or black ones. If all of these conditions are obtained, who cares where you live, okay? So anyway, here's his critique, okay, of Anderson. I'm not getting into his critique of Owen Fisk and economic integration at this moment. But he says, look, first, what Anderson does is she takes social relationships and she treats them like they're resources, like other forms of capital that are supposed to be used for social economic advancement. And to him, you can't do people like that. Like, if you have a relationship with somebody and you do receive a benefit that, enables you to gain networks such that you have access to opportunities, that's a byproduct of the friendship and relationships that you form. It shouldn't be the reason that you form a relationship with a person in the first place. That's unjust to the person that you're forming a relationship with. You're using them as a thing. And that's just, it's unacceptable. Secondly, he says, the social capital argument treats social relationships not only as an economic resource, but as a resource governed by principles of distributive justice. And he says it's a mismatch there. You can't treat a social relationship as something to be distributed by the government in a civil, like a civil sphere. You can't do that, okay? Because what it's going to do is violate individuals' free choices to, to move where they want to. You can't do it. I mean, that's what he's going to say, okay? And that's just a rough, kind of summarization of what he said, a summation rather of what he says. 3, he says, The social capital argument makes integration a distasteful remedy for ghetto poverty because of its racial dimensions. Such an approach to corrective justice would reinforce the symbolic power that whites hold over blacks by encouraging whites to see their relationship with blacks not as intrinsically valuable forms of interracial community, but as a way for blacks to share in white privilege itself. What does this mean? It means basically, look, you can't coerce a relationship. They have to be entered into a person's own free choice, their own will, okay? If it was the case that, you perceive social capital the way Anderson does, then, white people, they can like pick and choose the Negroes that they like or dislike and give them privilege and advantages and access to information and to block those they don't like. But it puts black people in, an inferior position. And that's just, it's not optimal, okay? Number 4. He says that in their desire to see black bridging capital increase, these new integrationists give little weight to the bonding capital that black people already have by living in the neighborhoods that they do currently. Okay, so you want us to break up the bonds we got with the people we live around now in order to trade them in for relationships with white people? It sounds crazy, okay? And the other assumption that, Anderson makes is that increased social contact is going to actually reduce racial prejudice amongst white people or even black people for that matter. It could be the case that the longer you're around white people, the more you come to resent them. Like the more you're around people, the idea that there'll be some interracial solidarity. I mean, because people, after all, are people. You might think that's the case, but it might be actually the case that it'll create more resentment and more racial intolerance and more racial hatred, so. And I mean, let's just keep it a buck. And here's one of the things he says. Look, just because you live in the same neighborhood doesn't mean that your neighbors will invite you into their homes, vouch for you when it comes down to, something significant, share information with you that would advance your socioeconomic prospects or even be friendly to you. You can live around white people, you can live around black people and never go into their houses. Or they don't even speak to you. Or they don't give you information about what they know about a job opening or something. Doesn't mean that they're going to rap to you or fuck with you at all, okay? And then he goes on to say, if affluent whites maintain exclusive enclaves in order to hoard resources, hold on to their advantages, and avoid poor blacks, if that's what they do, why should we expect them to share information about job opportunities with newly disadvantaged black neighbors, some Negroes who just moved into their hood? Why? And I think that's a valid question, okay? And then lastly, he says, look, there's a difference between forced integration and optional integration. Like, he's all for optional integration. Like, if you want to go and live in a white neighborhood, please, by all means, go do so. You should be encouraged if that's what you desire to do. However, forced integration to him is not a good thing. It's a bad thing, okay? Justice requires that obstacles to integration be removed so that people have the option to do so if they want to, but you should not say that justice requires that people actually integrate. You shouldn't be forced to live around white folks if you don't want to, okay? And it's unnecessary for justice, he thinks. And so he does offer a critique of Owen Fisk, which is, another horn of the new integrationist approach, but I'm not getting into that right now, okay? But what I want to do is move in to chapter 3, which is basically about ghetto culture. A lot of y'all got so much to say about ghetto culture, how backward it is, how it's caused by single mothers and all of this shit, absence of fathers. That's part of it. But a lot of y'all have so much to say, but what you say is scatterbrained. It's all over the fucking place. I mean, I'm just saying it's not systemically treated in anything that's said in the black manosphere. It's all over the place. So my job, I think, is to, as a springboard, read this work so that you'll have a new language and a new approach to at least cover the issues in such a way that you know what's going on contemporarily. Like, what are people actually proposing to solve these problems at Harvard, at the Ivy League institutions, where the best and the brightest minds exist, supposedly, quote unquote. Not saying that, we here in the manosphere are dumb or dull. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, here are what the policymakers of the future are thinking about doing as it pertains to remedying issues related to the ghettos, okay? And I know for a fact, I don't know how many black men in the black manosphere have taken coursework in urban planning or housing and urban development. I don't know, but I definitely, at the institutions in which I've been a professor, I have not seen too many black people in those programs as professors or as students gaining PhDs or as students getting bachelor's degrees. So if you're not part of the urban planning, how are you proposing to actually solve the issues that are occurring there? You're not even in the urban planning process. You don't even know what the fuck's going on, right? Ethically or practically. So anyway, I'll be reading an excerpt from his chapter on culture, which everybody has a comment about. Black culture. Okay, so anyway, this is what the author says about black culture. Many people think the ghettos persist mostly, if not only, because there are destructive and self-defeating cultural patterns prevalent in these communities. And shout out to BGS Hipmore, man. I'm reading and explaining this shit so you guys have access to information that is taking place in the academy. Every now and then I would, be grateful if you showed some gratitude and showed your boy some support for having done so. But, shout out to BGS. And Stuart D. Knight, look, that's an option. I've always said it's two options. Well, three options. One, do your own thing and don't worry about it and keep your head down in the culture in which you live. Two, leave. Get the hell out of here. Or stand and fight. So, there are options. But those options aren't available to everybody. Everybody's not a passport, bro. Everybody ain't got the type of money to go and get a passport and go court women in other countries. I'm not saying that I'm against it at all. I'm not against it. If you got the money, you want to do that, I feel like you should go do it. But again, this goes back to what, Tommy Shelby says about justice. Namely, that everybody has a duty to see to it that justice is obtained in any culture in which they live. You have a duty to ensure that justice occurs in the society in which you are a citizen. Okay? That's what he says, okay? And I agree. And yes, the people who are unjust have the most duty to change their ways and to redress the injustices that they are enacting. But I didn't go into the spiel about what justice requires, but everybody has a perfect duty or obligated categorically to ensure that justice obtains in the culture in which they exist. Okay? So anyway, he says, some have insisted that there is a culture of poverty to be found in America's ghettos. And I would go over the footnotes to this, but, it would take too much time. The culture of poverty hypothesis holds that because the segregated black urban poor have lived for so long under such miserable conditions, many come to develop attitudes, practices, and self-concepts that inhibit their ability to improve their life prospects. Because of social distance or geographic isolation from mainstream institutions, these cultural traits are transmitted among peers and across generations in an ongoing cycle with catastrophic consequences. Indeed, some of these cultural currents are thought to have become formidable obstacles to ghetto residents making good use of their available opportunities. So in other words, the opportunities exist for people to lift themselves up out of ghetto poverty, but because there's this ongoing cycle of dysfunction, it occludes them from being able to see the opportunities and take advantage of them, okay? In particular, some social bases of self-esteem that exist in ghettos would appear to have engendered dysfunctional social identities that lead to further impoverishment. I want to give a shout out to Hezekiah Murphy for the Cash App, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Thank you for supporting the Green Gorilla channel. Thank you, sir. You deserve some honors. Appreciate that. Also, I want to shout out Greg Pridgeon, who hit me up on the Cash App. You deserve a bomb for your contribution. So anyway, he goes on to say, a number of social scientists studying urban poverty explicitly reject the culture of poverty hypothesis, at least in this crude form. And it would be interesting to go back and look and to see who he's talking about. Let me open up another, I want to open up another iteration of this in another program, man. Dark ghettos, hold on. I got to do this because I want to see who he's referring to. Open up in preview. Open with preview. I have to see who he's talking about, man. Come on, man. Don't do me that. Don't do me that. See it, bro. Don't do me that. Okay. Damn, it did me that anyway. You son of a gun. I gotta see who he's making references to. Especially as it pertains to this chapter here, man. I said I wasn't gonna do it, but I think I'm gonna do it. Come on, man. Go, man. How do I hide this shit? Who is he talking about here, man? Okay. So he's talking about some books that he's talking about. Who makes this claim that, we shouldn't be discussing ghetto poverty in the way that, people, even in the manosphere, talk about it. He says, see, for example, Jack L. Roach and Orville R. Gerstlin, an evaluation of the concept, culture of poverty in a journal called Social Forces. Journal number, issue 45, number 3, written in 67. Charles Valentine, Culture and Poverty, Critique and Counter Proposals. Mary Corcoran, Myth and Reality, The Causes and Persistence of Poverty. William Julius Wilson, who's a black scholar, The Truly Disadvantaged. J. David Greenstone, Culture, Rationality, and the Underclass. And you see it's getting increasingly more and more contemporary, okay? Christopher Jenks and Paul E. Peterson. Those are the editors, okay? Then he goes on, The Culture of Poverty and African American Culture, written by Rachel Jones and Ye Luo. Michelle Lamont and Mario Lewis Small, How Culture Matters for Understanding of Poverty, Enriching Our Understanding, The Color of Poverty. And he talks about Orlando Patterson and Ethan Foss, The Cultural Matrix, Understanding Black Youth. So those are the people who say that we shouldn't be using this term in the crude form, the culture of poverty, okay? This hypothesis, okay? They do not believe that there is a culture specific to poverty. For the cultural responses to poverty vary enormously across time and place and between immigrants and natives, even in ghetto neighborhoods. So that's the response to, the ghetto of poverty arguments, that, everybody who's poor does not act the same or embrace the same culture. Okay. Today, many who offer scientific cultural analysis of the urban poor, call them the new cultural analysts, do not accept the idea that there is one totalizing or cohesive subculture in poor black communities. So that's one thing that differs from him and from the scholars who do work in this issue. Like, we often refer to a culture of poverty ourselves in the black manosphere without acknowledging that there isn't one cohesive subculture in black communities at all. There is no unique culture that we can rely on and point to and allude to and say, this is it. Okay? So anyway, let's see who are the scholars who are referred to there. David Harding, Michelle Lamont, Mario Lewis Small. They edited something called Reconsidering Culture and Poverty in the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, okay? Anyway, while acknowledging the existence of salient and distinctive cultural patterns in ghetto neighborhoods, they emphasize that there is tremendous heterogeneity, which means difference, even within the same poor black neighborhood. Orlando Patterson, he's a sociologist. I can't remember if it's Harvard or Princeton. I can't remember. Anyway, Orlando Patterson, for instance, has recently argued that there are at least 4 distinct cultural configurations in ghetto neighborhoods. Let's see what he says they are. Orlando Patterson argues there's 4 distinct cultural configurations in ghetto neighborhoods, and this is what they are, okay? They are the adapted mainstream, which, I guess those are the upstanding black guys in the manosphere. The adapted mainstream, the proletarian, the street, I guess that would be like blue collar workers or whatever the case may be. The street, which is your pookie motherfuckers, I guess that's what, and the hip hop. Okay, and the cultural configurations embraced among the ghetto poor are not generally straitjackets from which the poor cannot escape, but more often frames or repertoires that the black poor draw on, sometimes implicitly, to navigate their social environment and to make sense of their lives. Shout out to Cutting Up with Jones. Thank you for the donation, sir. Appreciate that. You deserve a bomb. Okay, so Orlando Patterson says there is no uniform culture of poverty or of poor. Rather, there's a multitude of different configurations of stances and adaptations to ghetto life. And I've just mentioned what they are. He says, apart from these empirical and conceptual disagreements, because there's no consensus on it among scholars, the new cultural analysts reject the label culture of poverty because of its misleading associations and political baggage. So know that there's some people that he calls new cultural analysts, and that they reject the whole label, the culture of poverty, because they think it's misleading in terms of explaining what's actually happening there, and there's political baggage attached to it. He says they are particularly skeptical of those who use the idea of a culture of poverty to blame the urban black poor for their circumstances or to absolve government of any responsibility for alleviating the plight of the black poor. Okay? New cultural analysts often leave open the question of who is ultimately responsible for the disadvantages the ghetto poor face. And even when they do make claims about responsibility, their analysis are generally compatible with government having an obligation to improve the life prospects of the black urban poor. So know this about the new cultural analysts. They leave open the question of who's actually responsible, but they do claim that the government has a responsibility to ameliorate the condition of the ghetto poor. In addition, few believe that the cultural traits of the ghetto poor are the primary, few believe that the cultural traits of the ghetto are the primary causal determinants of the persistence of ghettos, or that these traits operate independently of structural factors. Shout out to Be About Peace and Pleasure. He deserves a bomb. And ask me why I'm doing this because there are a lot of conversations that people have about the ghetto in this space. But there's no systematic approach to, or, like a thoroughgoing logical analysis of what actually has been proposed by scholars on how to mitigate, or activists, how to mitigate the problems of the ghetto and what the problems are inherent in their positions. All I do is see a lot of finger pointing and blaming and a whole bunch of, crabs in a bucket. That's what I see. So, okay, Lawrence Ross just said Orlando Patterson is at Harvard. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was Princeton or Harvard. I just couldn't remember. Okay. Anyway, lastly, the new cultural analysts rarely invoke the older language of pathology or dysfunction, which, by the way, like we often talk about Kenneth Clark and how he talked about the tangle of pathology. That's like an old, outdated term. Like the new cultural analysts are not using the term pathology anymore. And they're not even using the term dysfunction anymore. Okay? Oh, man, you're not using the term dysfunction anymore. Want. Shout out to 77 Base 6, man. Appreciate the donation, sir. He says, book in hand, reading along with you. Classes in session. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, he said, indeed, some think, the new cultural analyst, that the cultural traits prevalent among the ghetto poor enabled them to actually survive in their challenging social environment. Still, which means in contrast. However, some contemporary social scientists, and certainly many people in the broader public, believe that cultural factors help to explain ghetto poverty, even if they insist that structural factors have equal or greater explanatory significance. Among those who think there are cultural aspects to ghetto poverty, some believe there are cultural traits associated with ghettos that hurt poor ghetto residents' chances of improving their lives through mainstream institutions and conventional paths of upward mobility. So, in other words, how this guy has basically set up this chapter. He's letting you know that there are some new cultural analysts who don't like the label, the term culture of poverty. Okay, and he's listed at least three reasons why. Okay. But then he says, but there are a group of scientists that say that, yeah, it is a culture of poverty. Even though I'm not denying that there is, like institutional problems and so on and so forth, can't deny, though, that there is this cultural issue. Okay? The issue then is not cultural divergence from convention, as unconventional forms of life, forms of social life, are not in themselves troubling. Worries arise only when such divergence leads to significantly reduced life prospects given the patterns of social organization typical of contemporary liberal capitalist societies. What those who take this position today, including some new cultural analysts, have in common with some older culture of poverty theorists is the following belief. Hold on, I know this shit about to make me laugh, I know it. That a significant segment of the ghetto poor diverge culturally from mainstream values and norms. And this divergence generally inhibits their upward mobility or escape from poverty. Look at this shit right here. Call this the suboptimal cultural divergence hypothesis. Hold on, man. I didn't mean it. Stop the press, man. Stop the press, bro. Hold on, man. Let me stop. This is word salad. I mean, you know, philosophers often like to be precise and define terms. So anyway, here's a new term. The suboptimal cultural divergence hypothesis. You pookie ass niggas and you strag ass bitches are engaged in cultural divergence and it's suboptimal. Anyway, let me stop being vulgar and profane. The author goes on to say, I shall assume that the cultural divergence thesis is basically sound. In other words, he says, look, I'm going to assume that what these people say about culture is, for the most part, basically sound. He says, I don't claim to know that the thesis is true. Tommy Shelby, man, come on, dog. What the fuck are you doing here, bro? If I had I done talked to you before, dog. We done had a conversation on, a few times or whatever, but here's the deal, bro. What are you getting around here, bro? Why ain't you just coming out and saying, hey, bro, why are you claiming, ignorance here, man? If I had to ask you a question, what's up with that, bro? Anyway, he said, I believe that the cultural divergence thesis is plausible. Even if, he doesn't believe it, it's at least widely held. And it's an empirically grounded hypothesis, which is worth taking seriously. So he evaluates some practical prescriptions that are based on it. He says, my principal concern is with what should and should not be done if the thesis is true. Okay, so he's on some hypothetical shit right here. I get it, bro. I understand, but he's saying, look, I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is true, here's what you can and what you can't do predicated upon it. Okay, I get it, bro. I understand. Anyway, he says, specifically, I draw out and reflect on the normative implications of one possible response to the suboptimal cultural divergence among the ghetto poor, a response firmly rooted in the medical model of social reform. And you know he's going to be critical of it because he already told you he was critical of the medical model. Okay? He calls this response cultural reform, which is to intervene in the lives of ghetto poor residents and to shift their cultural orientation away from these suboptimal traits towards ones which will aid in their exit from poverty. There you go. There you go. There are many have tried. Many have been called upon to offer a solution, but very few have been chosen. Some people say, hey, look, we got to intervene in these ghetto people's lives and shift their cultural orientations away from suboptimal traits towards ones that will aid their exit from poverty. Now, of course, black men in the manosphere are saving themselves. Am I lying? You already said, I don't give a fuck about the community. Fuck the community. Ain't that what you say? Most of you guys? Or maybe I'm missing something. You got a lot to say about the culture of poverty, but you say, many of you guys say there's nothing that can be done about this. It's too late. It's too far gone. And look, even people who I esteem and have a great deal of respect for say it's too fucking far gone. Anyway, to many who care about the plight of the ghetto poor, the need for cultural reform may seem obvious. However, there are cultural reform efforts that, I show, cannot be adequately justified to the ghetto poor, particularly those forms that entail government involvement in the reform effort. So here's a positive claim. There are cultural reform efforts that cannot be justified to the ghetto poor, particularly those that entail government involvement in the reform effort. The focus of this chapter is on the practical limits, the moral permissibility, and overall wisdom of state-sponsored cultural reform. Now, I'll tell you what, it is the case that the state has been involved in cultural reform before. This cannot be denied. Like the whole concept of workfare, that is cultural reform. That is state-sponsored cultural reform. Whether you like it or not, whether you think that, it's something that is compulsory and it should have been instituted, or whether it shouldn't have been. Anyway, he says the focus of this chapter is on the practical limits, moral permissibility, and overall wisdom of state-sponsored cultural reform. I'm particularly concerned to demonstrate its incompatibility with liberal egalitarian values and to reframe the relevant issues within the systemic injustice framework I've been defending. He says, I begin by further clarifying what I take the cultural divergence thesis to entail, and then turn to exploring what cultural reform might involve. Now I'll say this. I've been doing this for an hour and 12 minutes. So my question to you is, I can get through this one other section. If you want me to, I'll go through it. And it's like how many pages? 1, 2, 3. It's 3 pages. And then I'll shut down. And I'm gonna go. I was gonna give you a choice, but I'll go through the 3 pages. It ain't nothing but 3 pages. Then I'm about to, if you want to ask questions about this or you want to make a comment, you can. Anyway, he says, it is imperative to keep in mind that the category ghetto poor is defined in terms of structural location within United States society. Specifically, membership is constituted by a person's racial classification, black, class position, poor, and residential neighborhood, ghetto. The group is not defined in terms of shared cultural characteristics. The term ghetto poor is not meant as a more palatable synonym for underclass, which is sometimes defined partly in terms of behavioral or cultural traits. And there is no suggestion that the ghetto poor are a cohesive cultural group or that all of the ghetto poor share a unique substructure or subculture. So, one of the things that's being said here is that, look, there is no cohesive cultural group that you can refer to and say that that's the ghetto poor. At least that's the claim he's making here, okay? Then he goes on to say, moreover, the version of the cultural divergence thesis I consider does not assert that it is a characteristic feature of poor black people in ghettos that they possess a set of debilitating cultural traits. Okay? It is now widely acknowledged among cultural analysts that there is considerable cultural diversity among the poor in these neighborhoods. It cannot be said that all, or even most of the ghetto poor, are in a grip of self-defeating culture, because many can be characterized as having resisted its pull, and many hold to mainstream beliefs and values. Even those among the ghetto poor who do diverge from the cultural mainstream are not a culturally homogeneous group, as they often diverge in different ways and to different extents. However, one can agree that many, perhaps most poor blacks in ghettos hold mainstream beliefs and values, and yet maintain that an alarming number do not, and that, moreover, this divergence from the mainstream negatively impacts their life prospects. So this is the if was a fifth. So we're just going to presume that there are a great number of people who diverge from mainstream cultural values, okay? One might also worry that even though some among the ghetto poor have so far evaded the grasp of these suboptimal cultural configurations, they are especially vulnerable to succumbing to those negative influences. And perhaps all black youth residing in or near ghettos, whatever their class background, are vulnerable to being ensnared. This is where you got rich women wanting to have baby bumps and shit. I want a baby, I want my baby bump, baby bump, baby bump. I want my baby bump. One might also worry that even though some among the ghetto poor have so far invaded the grasp of these suboptimal configurations, they are especially vulnerable to succumbing to those negative influences, and perhaps all black youth, whatever their class background, are vulnerable. So you get a good kid can go bad living around the pookies and the strags. Thus, even though, strictly speaking, not all poor black residents of ghettos are currently in need of cultural reform, they might be viewed as a high-risk group that cultural reformers may seek to target. Oh, this shit black out, man. In the version of the cultural divergence thesis under consideration, some of the attitudes and practices among the ghetto poor are viewed as cultural adaptations to severely disadvantaged conditions and unjust treatment. They are learned adjustments to socioeconomic hardship and social exclusion. Weak and strong versions of this claim have been defended. So, adaptation to dysfunction, okay? And there are weak and strong versions. According to the weak version, some poor denizens of ghettos have developed ghetto-specific cultural traits, but would give them up if they believed they had real opportunities to succeed in mainstream society. For such persons, these cultural traits are consciously adopted strategic responses to a perceived lack of opportunity. For instance, William Julius Wilson notes that it might be rational to comply with ghetto norms to get by on the mean streets of urban America, but that these norms are not conducive to success in the wider society. He insists that if poor black men and women were provided the job training and employment options that would enable upward mobility, most would choose to abandon ghetto-specific cultural traits. Now here's where this is, to me, significant to the black manosphere. You have a term or a perspective being offered, namely, that there is among some scholars, the notion that cultural divergence is an adaptation to social exclusion and hardship. And there's a weak version and a strong version of it. The weak version is, okay, you change the circumstances, perhaps maybe, and you change the opportunities, perhaps maybe, you will have an attendant change in behavior. But of course, the strong version is going to be the exact opposite of that. If the weak version of the cultural divergence thesis is correct, cultural reform might nonetheless seem apt. Because of mistaken but widely shared beliefs, some of the ghetto poor might not realize that there are opportunities available that they aren't seizing, or they may not fully appreciate how their cultural characteristics inhibit their success. Some, while willing to abandon ghetto-specific cultural traits, if provided adequate opportunities in mainstream society, may find it difficult to fully leave these traits besides or behind without outside intervention. Cultural traits can become second nature, preconscious habits or implicit frames that are difficult for agents to detect in themselves or even to break. Speech patterns, worldviews, or bodily comportment. Damn. Now we get into the strong, right? The strong notion of cultural divergence, okay? That's worth highlighting. Even if they can share their suboptimal cultural traits on their own, they may need help in acquiring the needed mainstream traits, the relevant cultural competence that will facilitate their upward mobility. Moreover, given current political realities, it may not be feasible to create a fairer opportunity structure or more equitable distribution of income and wealth. So, like, if they can change, why even create a fairer opportunity structure? Some might nevertheless be able to escape poverty if they successfully underwent cultural reform, which would enable them to take better advantage of existing opportunities. This is where you get like all of these educational programs, Save Our Sons, Father Support Center. Like we can educate people, change their cultural traits, make them purge themselves of their cultural divergence such that they can actually participate in mainstream values and lift themselves up out of the concentrated disadvantage that they find themselves mired in. BGS Ibor, you sound like a new integrationist. You sound like a new integrationist, BGS. According to Tommy Shelby. Now, I mean, we could talk about and have a conversation about the relative merits of his viewpoint. But I think that, you know, if you say, well, what you need to do is you need to get black kids out of the ghetto, transplant them into suburban neighborhoods, that sounds like Owen Fist. Economic integration. That's what it sounds like. What you're advocating to a certain extent. Okay. So according to the strong version, the relevant divergent cultural patterns may have started out as strategies for survival under hardship, but some of the ghetto poor have come to accept these traits as components of their social identity. Individuals have been socialized into these patterns and now maintain them because of their perceived intrinsic value or their association with value communities. The cultural characteristics in question have become self-perpetuating, and in the absence of outside intervention, they will likely remain even if educational and employment opportunities significantly improve. More progressive redistributive policies are enacted, and if anti-discrimination laws are better enforced. What this reminds me of here is Carter G. Woodson's statement that, you know, even if you remove impediments to people who have been miseducated, they will continue and persist in those forms of canalized habit that even work to their disadvantage, even though the obstacles and hurdles have been removed from in front of them. Like, I remember him saying something about a door, and like if a black man or black people are used to going in the back door and they no longer have to go back there, their education will make them go and cut a back door because they're so used to going in the back door. I'm just using an analogy here. I'm using this as an analogy here in order to demonstrate that, okay, once you adopt these cultural divergent practices, you come to internalize them to such an extent that it'll be too difficult to remove you or purge you from them. He said, it is of course possible that just as there are many among the ghetto poor who do not diverge significantly from the cultural mainstream, there are some from this group to whom the weak divergence thesis applies, and to some whom the strong version does. So he's saying some people are such that the weak divergence thesis will apply or define their, adoption of cultural traits or characteristics, but some others, they will not want to reform, okay? Because maybe, it's become too mired in their characters or something like that, okay? Goes on to say, it is, of course, possible that just as there are many among the ghetto poor who do not diverge significantly from the cultural mainstream, there are some from this group to whom the weak divergence thesis applies, and to some whom the strong version does. If we treat the strong and weak versions of the cultural divergence thesis as claims about a significant portion of the ghetto poor rather than claims about the ghetto poor in general, then there is no need to view the two versions of the thesis as incompatible. Moreover, I make no claims about what percentage of the ghetto poor fall into the mainstream, weak divergence or strong divergence categories, assuming only that a non-negligible number fall into each. And then he goes on to talk about, well, which cultural traits are you talking about? Because, if you're saying that people possess undesirable cultural traits, well, what are those? What are those? I gotta go over this. Even though I don't want to, because I'm tired of talking, I feel like the conversation will be incomplete if we have no discussion whatsoever of what cultural traits you're talking about. Like, what are we talking? What undesirable cultural traits do the ghetto poor actually have? Anyway, he says there's much disagreement about which cultural configurations prevalent in ghettos are suboptimal from the standpoint of the ghetto poor's socioeconomic prospects. However, relying on the work of influential proponents of the cultural divergence thesis, it is possible to draw up a list of candidates. What are those candidates, dog? Let me know, bro. Which ones are they, bro? There are cultural analysts who suggest that some among the ghetto poor have a value orientation that is in opposition to or incompatible with many conventional measures of success, or that disdains what is perceived as white paths to success. So, for example, some among the ghetto poor are said to lack conventional occupational ambition, or to reject the American work ethic. Oh, there we go. Niggas who don't want to work, didn't do nothings, no down, low down, and no good, lazy loafers and chiselers. Trifling motherfuckers. Some cultural analysts insist that there are many among the ghetto poor who have a hostility and a skepticism towards formal education. Oh shit, you niggas don't want to be educated. It's funny though, like No disrespect, no shade to the black manosphere, but you know, I gotta be self-critical here about the space. Cause you got a lot of motherfuckers who are like mad at niggas who are educated in the motherfucking space. Isn't that some odd shit? So you got some black men in the black manosphere who claim that they are like, you know, the kind of guys that are like the model of what men should be. And them motherfuckers have a skepticism and a hostility towards people who are educated. Go fucking figure. Isn't that fucking ironic, man? I don't know if I'm supposed to be a street nigga educated. I'm confused, man. He says, perhaps street wisdom. I'm now about to hit you with the strength of street knowledge. Autodidactism, which is self-learning, or folk knowledge is valued instead. There's said to be pessimism, even fatalism, about the prospects for upward mobility through mainstream channels. Some in ghetto communities are believed to devalue, here we go. Some in ghetto communities are believed to devalue traditional co-parenting within a nuclear family and to eschew mainstream styles of child rearing. They devalue traditional co-parenting within a nuclear family and eschew, which means they reject mainstream styles of child rearing. Which means they don't have close monitoring of children. They're not active in school involvement. They don't provide nutritious meals, hamburger helper motherfuckers, bologna sandwiches and shit, ketchup sandwiches and shit. Ain't been to a PTA meeting ever. Let the internet watch their kids and shit. They tolerate misbehavior, think it's cute and shit. Yeah, hey man, one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube is fucked up, but it's a little boy named Woo Wop. You ever heard of Woo Wop? Go check out Woo Wop, man. Woo Wop! Consistent enforcement of parental directives, meaning they don't value these traditional norms related to child rearing. Many of the ghetto poor are thought to distrust established authority, particularly officials of the criminal justice system, but also clergy and educators. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Hey, but also the clergy. Fuck them preachers. I ain't trying to hear shit that nigga trying to say. He trying to get my money. And the teachers. Fuck them teachers. Fuck them teachers. This attitude is often accompanied by a belief that such authority is corrupt and thus unworthy of respect. Authority is corrupt. You don't have to, there is no observance of any hierarchy or value in people with positions that are supposed to be esteemed. Hey, look, the ghetto poor, particularly black youth, are sometimes portrayed as regarding the use of vulgar language. You know, I use vulgar language all the time. Are sometimes portrayed as regarding the use of vulgar language, such as nigger and bitch, and street vernacular as appropriate context in which, where such modes of expression are widely viewed as crude, uncivil, or offensive. Anyway, he says, in terms of what is accepted and sometimes valued, many among the ghetto poor are said to have a hedonistic orientation toward intense and immediate pleasure. Oh, man, this the shit you've been waiting for. This the shit you're waiting for. The ghetto poor are said to have a hedonistic orientation towards intense and immediate pleasure, pursuing frequent casual sex, gambling, drinking, fighting, recreational drug use, and so on, with a refusal to delay gratification and a high tolerance for risk. Some parents are said to rely on harsh and arbitrary punishments or to tolerate delinquency. And get your black ass in this motherfucking house or I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. Or they just let you run the streets. You can run the streets with your thugs. Many, especially black boys and young men, oh, here we go, are thought to regard promiscuity and sexual infidelity as morally acceptable. I got a whole bunch of hoes. We the freaks of the industry. I'm a hoe, you know I'm a hoe. I rock 3 different freaks at the every show. A diggy, 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 dig 1. Diggy, 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 dig 2. Many black boys and young men are thought to regard promiscuity and sexual infidelity as morally acceptable, and they attach little or no stigma to teenage pregnancy, non-marital childbearing, paternal desertion, or single mother households. Oh, shit. Some are believed to be highly invested in regularly experiencing long stretches of idleness, no planned or organized activities. Oh my God, chilling. Oh, fuck no, bro. Hell no. Hold on, bro. Hell to the no, bro. Hell no, man. Oh my God, man.
Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no.
Hey, I gotta read that shit again, bro. Some are believed to be highly invested in regularly experiencing long stretches of idleness with no planned or organized activities. Chilling. Oh man, that shit is crazy, bro. What you doing, dog? I'm chilling, dirty. What's cracking? What's popping, man? What you doing, dog? Shit, I'm chilling. Chilling. Many are said to be orientated towards crude materialism and a preoccupation with clothing style. Versace. Often seeking personal prestige through the conspicuous consumption of luxury items and high-status brands. I wear Gucci, I wear Louis at the same damn time. I wear Lindy and Prada at the same damn time. At the same damn time. Codeine in the Sprite, do $1 million overnight. Yeah. Oh. Oh, man. Many have said, hold on, street crime and interpersonal aggression are tolerated and sometimes embraced. When I wake up, I got murder on my mind. I got Mac 11, something, Glocks and 9s. I got murder on my mind. 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 I got AK, Glocks 11, something, Glocks and 9. I don't even know the lyrics, but oh, man. Street crime and interpersonal aggression are tolerated and sometimes embraced, including a readiness to use deception, manipulation, and even violence to achieve one's aims. Oh, man, are you? Oh, man, hold on, man. Oh, man, should I get him? No, I ain't. I'm going to leave it alone. Anyway, he goes on to say, not all of the values allegedly suboptimal for the ghetto poor contrast sharply with the mainstream. The relevant cultural divergence might be a matter not of the values themselves, but the way they are held, tenaciously or weakly, for instance. The priority they are given in practice, the way they are interpreted, or the context within which they tend to be expressed and acted on. For example, patriarchal conceptions of masculinity, anti-intellectualism, and materialism are widespread in American society, cutting across lines of race, class, and place. But some among the ghetto poor are believed to enact these values and norms in extreme ways, to give these values and norms much greater precedence in their lives than the average American, to interpret them in non-standard ways, or to invoke them in inappropriate contexts. In such cases, the divergence from the mainstream is not a matter of the content of the values and norms, but of the manner in which they are adopted and understood and their role in practical deliberation. Oh, man, this sounds like some Harvard shit right here, man. Shelby, bro. So it's not a matter of the values themselves, but the manner in which the values are practiced, or, the context in which they're carried out, and the way that people deliberate upon. It sounds Aristotelian when he talks about practical deliberation. Sounds very Aristotelian. Anyway, recall that according to the weak version of the cultural divergence thesis, these cultural traits are components of a repertoire are part of a conceptual frame that agents strategically deploy to advance specific purposes in particular contexts. However, on the strong version, the traits in question represent more fundamental commitments and may form part of the agent's social identity. Focusing on the latter, we can regard a person's ghetto-oriented and suboptimal beliefs, values, and practices as constituting a ghetto identity. A ghetto identity. Come on, bro. Come on. A ghetto identity if A, they figure prominently in the person's positive self-concept. I'm a G, motherfucker. I'm a G. I went from old school Chevys to drop top Porsches. She couldn't walk a mile up in my Air Forces. And you ain't never seen what I seen. I can get 100,000 in these Sean John jeans. Cause I'm a rider. I'm a soul survivor. They are relatively stable across different social contexts. There's little or no situational frame switching. The agent is resistant to changing them as a matter of principle. I'ma be a G to the day that I die. I'ma be a G to the day that I die. I'ma be a G to the day that I die. I'ma be a G to the day that I die. Oh, shit. I'ma be a G to the day that I die. Thus, on the strong view, even given a chance to attend or send their children to a good school, to obtain a well-paid non-menial job, or to move to a low-poverty neighborhood, many ghetto residents will still cling to their ghetto identity. Good Lord. I got everything in my mama name. Cause I'm hood fly, I'm rich, and I'm so fly. Da, 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 da. You can give them opportunities to get out of the ghetto, but they ain't gonna take it. Some cultural practices prominent in American ghettos, for example, music, visual art, dance, humor, creative linguistic practices, and clothing and hairstyles have symbolic and expressive dimensions that cannot be reduced to or explained by ghetto poverty. These expressive and aesthetic traits draw on and extend Black cultural traditions that can be traced back for generations prior to the formation of the modern ghetto. And Blacks who have never lived in a ghetto or even been poor value and participate in them, along with many who are neither Black nor poor. Eminem, I guess. Mac Miller, God bless his soul. Machine Gun Kelly. Lil White. In addition, some dimensions of cultural life, they got Japanese rappers and shit. Creative linguistics. Hold on, before I forget, man, let me shout out this brethren, man, who hit me up with a 20-piece, man. Clarence Everett says, this lesson is much appreciated. Shelby sounds like Clark to me with nuanced descriptions. Dude. The book is named the same fucking thing as Clark's book, dude. To say, the book is a direct New Jack representation of the kind of arguments that Clark was making back then. He wanted to take on the task of offering a modern prescription of what is to be done and how the ghetto is to be thought of today, right now. So yes, there are connections. Anyway, in addition, some dimensions of cultural life in ghettos, while perhaps in some sense being a collective response to ghetto conditions, have political meaning or intent, and so are not simply a matter of coping with, adapting to, or surviving the conditions of poverty. And so this is him just, giving a response to some of the arguments that the cultural divergence thesis advocates make. Some hip-hop music, for instance, offers social critiques of ghetto conditions and expresses a spirit of resistance to the structures and dynamics that reproduce these horrendous circumstances. It makes me wonder, it's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Broken glass everywhere. Oh, man, he's talking about Patricia Rose, Black Noise. Anyway, man. Those who advance the cultural divergence thesis need not deny that the cultural traits possessed by ghetto denizens include such expressive aesthetic or political elements. But some may regard these elements as suboptimal insofar as they inhibit upward mobility among the black poor or spatial mobility out of ghettos. Consequently, some cultural reformers may seek to limit their influence on the ghetto poor, particularly on black children. Sophisticated proponents of the cultural divergence thesis are careful not to equate ghetto identity with black identity. Of course not. No, of course not. Of course not. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't conflate ghetto identity with black identity because, of course, you got to have some respectable Negroes, even though you got some jive-ass niggers out there. But I'm one of the good ones, you see. I just want to let it be known that when it comes to black people, I'm one of the greatest kinds that ever did exist. I don't partake in any of that ghetto shit. I'm 5 times removed from any kind of ghetto-ness and ticky-tackiness that you niggers, that you flock to. So, I'm a different breed. I'm of a different kind. Anyway, to be sure, it's said that poor urban blacks developed and value these cultural traits and that the relevant traits draw on or have an affinity with familiar black traditions and folkways. Nevertheless, it is sometimes claimed that those who have a ghetto identity define themselves not only in opposition to mainstream American institutions and culture, but also often in opposition to self-concepts associated with blacks who are successful by conventional measures or who attain their success through mainstream values. Are we talking about house niggers here? Are we talking about house niggers here? Let me stop, man. Insofar as a ghetto identity is regarded as black, it should be thought of as a mode of blackness that many who identify as black reject or distance themselves from. There we go. No, I'm not that type of guy. Within black vernacular, blacks readily distinguish between ghetto blacks, working class blacks, and bougie blacks. Boo, I'm bad and bougie. She bad and bougie. And these designations, which are sometimes used as epithets, are meant to track race, class, place, and culture. Moreover, many black Americans who think of themselves as having a strong black cultural identity accept the cultural divergence thesis. For instance, in a recent Pew forum, in response to the question, have the values of middle class and poor blacks become more similar or more different, 61% of blacks answered more different. Indeed, many middle class blacks actively participate in cultural reform efforts as a part of a program of racial uplift. And, look, I've been here for 2 hours damn near. I'm about to cut it short. The next time we come back, we'll talk about cultural reform. I'm going to take a quick break for a second. Please support the Green Gorilla channel if you can. This is the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chaser. I'm GG, also known as G with the PhD, Green Gorilla. I'll be back in a hot second, man. All right, man. You got any comments or questions? Now would be the time to ask them. If not, I'm out. I'm up. I've been glancing at some of the comments being made in the chat, but overall, like when I'm reading the text, I don't have the capacity to answer all of those questions in real time. It's just impossible for me to do. But if there are no questions, I mean, you can't say you guys don't sit here and talk about these kind of issues all the time, bro. You constantly, guys are talking about this kind of stuff in this space. Constantly. And you know how the conversation comes up? This is how the conversation comes up in this space. Namely that the ghetto blacks is taken away from the male working class blacks, and the male bougie blacks, they taking all the pussy away. Oh! Huh? Now tell me if that's known. Or tell me what scientific study do you have in which you hear men saying, Pookie's getting my pussy? I want to see that study. Pull that one up, M. Michaels. Pull that one up. Oh, man. Pull want to see that study where you got a whole bunch of niggas crying about Pookie taking all the pussy and shit. I want to see that study, man. Yeah, that's all I'm hearing out of this. I ain't saying all I'm hearing, but it's a lot of what I hear in this space, bro. Clarence Everett says, what's your aim? What's your take on Shelby's aim for writing this book? Well, he tells you what the aim is from the outset. Like this is the one thing you got to understand, man. Anytime that you want to know like what somebody is saying in the context of a text, all you got to do is read the introduction and the conclusion of the text, if you possess it. I don't know if you possess it or not. I don't know. But what he's saying is this. Most people who offer up proposals for improving the conditions of people in the ghetto often use something called the medical model, okay? Which is basically to identify what the problem is, develop some sort of efficient, cost-effective, or productive solution to it, and the expectation is that the problem that you identified is going to help the ghetto conditions erode or to recede. Okay, so the goal is to produce material welfare for the ghetto poor through what he says are narrowly targeted and empirically grounded interventions into their lives. Okay, what's up, Rogus?
Hey, what it do, Doc? Respect.
What's happening? But I'm trying to answer this brother's question right quick, right?
Yes, sir.
The second thing he says is that, this approach, the medical model approach, has certain biases baked into it. The first thing you do is you don't understand that the status quo more than likely has flaws itself. But you want to get people to be able to participate in the status quo. Well, what if the status quo itself is indicative of a system that's structurally unjust? So he says that you have it. First of all, the medical model creates a status quo bias problem where you don't even see problems of injustice as much as you see character flaws in the people you're supposed to course correct. That's the second thing. The third thing he says is what it does is it creates a sense of downgraded agencies for the person who are actually mired in situations that are caused by injustice itself. So he says, look, if you look at people through the medical model lens, you're going to see them as pathological at worst, or people who have poor values and who just don't understand how to, pursue the appropriate objectives, right? So they have a system of ethics and values that's bankrupt. And he says, you see dysfunction where probably resistance to injustice is actually there, but you don't see it as resistance to injustice. All you do is see a departure from mainstream behavior and practices.
So
Okay?
that means that they lower in human value or in a social human value as they decline in class.
Well, of course, because the idea is that these people are abnormal. The people who have, and this is the unjust advantage blind spot problem, according to Shelby, where if you're in an advantaged position, you typically perceive yourself as having, deserved or merited all of the advantage that you have, as opposed to being a participant in an unjust system.
Right.
You don't see the system as unjust at all. You think that you're virtuous. Like a motherfucker like Donald Trump, I'm guaranteeing you he's thinking he's virtuous. Or a rich ass white motherfucker who's got like a net worth of like 5-6 million.
Right.
I've worked so hard for this. I did everything. I jumped through all of the hoops. He does look, and I'm answering these questions though, and I'm gonna get to yours in a second. But then 77 Base X says, does he believe the government plays no role in correction? I think he does, but he's already demonstrated in chapter 2. Look, there's levels to duty to justice contingent upon your participation and involvement in injustice itself. Like if you are the person who is responsible, or a class of persons who are responsible more than others in the society for enacting the injustice in the first place, it's your duty primarily to take on the burden of cleaning it up. If you spilt the fucking milk, it's contingent upon you to clean it up first, not the motherfuckers who you spilt the milk on their feet.
Right.
Not the person, like if you step on a motherfucker's shoes and fuck them up, it's your duty to justice to make sure that man is all right, and that you to help the nigga get his shit straight. Like if you slam into the back of somebody's car, you fucked up. It's your duty to through tort law to rectify the situation such that the tort, which is like bending, that's what tort actually means, like to bend or to disfigure something, to redress the disfigurement as much as you possibly can, right? So the idea here is that the government does have a role to play, but there are some things that the government can't do, especially if it does this. If it interferes with basic liberal egalitarianism. He's saying that you got to take negative liberty seriously. And also you have to take civic equality seriously. Yes, you do, okay? And some proposals like reforming society, like the new integrationists said, okay, well, we got to bring black people in proximity to white people because they need social capital or economic advantages that they wouldn't receive if they weren't in proximity to white folks. But, Shelby's going to say, look, so you're going to take, first of all, it violates the idea of civic equality. Like, I can't choose to live where I want to. Mm-hmm. Then it's not putting the burden on white folks, except for having to suffer black people in their proximity when they already did as much as they fucking can to run away from us anyway.
Why can't they just redistribute some funds? If you want the black people to partake of whatever enrichment is there, was there largely because of funding, right? All right.
But I think that ultimately, I think that's where Shelby's going, even though he hasn't let the cat out of the bag yet. Because trust me, to him, he's hinting at it when he talks about the difference between corrective justice and the difference between what did he call it? This is why I put the glossary together so you can see where this guy's going with this shit. Okay, compensatory justice. So corrective justice is different than compensatory justice. Compensatory justice to me sounds like reparations, which demands that the victims of past injustice be brought to the level of well-being that they would have attained had the injustice not occurred. Okay. By contrast, corrective justice argues that ongoing unjust practices have created a system of subordination that the perpetrators have an obligation to dismantle. He is advocating economic integration as a principle of social reform, not as reparations. I think that Tommy Shelby's going to say, look, what the new integrationists are asking for is too intrusive on social freedom, like to the point where you got,
right.
I can't live where I want to. Like I have to take on the burden of racial justice. I have a duty, because everybody has a duty towards justice. But the paramount duty shouldn't be on black folks. It should be on white folks, who are the primary beneficiaries of the injustice related to racism and wrongful discrimination to begin with. So Tommy Shelby's probably going to, he's not probably, he already said it. He said, look, here are the norms that people can associate with integration. Desegregation, which is to undo unjust legal exclusions and prohibitions of the segregation regime, okay? So to end segregation in housing, education, employment, and so on, okay? Also, another concept associated with integration is social equality, which is understood as the application of the right to freedom of association, okay? Now, one could argue that this whole social equality argument, this is one of the primary components of liberal egalitarianism, though, okay? Mm-hmm. Every individual should be free to interact and form relationships with the members of any race without molestation or legal constraint. So he's going to say you can't force black people to fuck with white people or white people to fuck with black people. Right. Even if you put black people in the same environment as white people, there's no necessary connection between the proximity and getting along.
Is freedom of association a flip coin to where freedom of association for black people into black people or black people into, with white folks?
Say that again, one more time.
With the freedom of association, is that a flip coin? Because with that, it was, black people didn't, in those times, they had an issue with black people having the freedom to associate amongst themselves and build their own enrichment. The whole thing with ghettos is that a large part of black areas were made into ghettos.
But okay, so this is what he would say, right? He would say this. Like restrictive covenants, right? One could argue that that's like the idea that, okay, it's the freedom to associate with people who you want to and like to keep black people out, right?
Right.
But the problem with it is that it prevented people from interacting with members of any race without molestation or legal constraint. So that would violate the terms of social equality. That is antithetical to social equality, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, he's not going to say that to force. Now, if you want to on your own terms just fuck with white folks and you want to live around white people, okay, cool, okay? But you can't bar somebody from being able to live in a neighborhood. Like if you want to more closely agglomerate with more white people, cool, okay, cool, all right? But you can't have laws and contracts drawn up to keep people out. You can't say, no nigger can come around 50 feet of here. No, you can't do that.
But see, where does the worth of the earlier culture that was imbued into these motherfuckers start to hold some weight? Because it's like they put a lot of effort into making these people how they made them into, and now once they present themselves, it's like they're an anomaly and shit. And it's like, well, how do you charge the system if you can't charge these people who are definitely a fruit of the motherfucking tree? It's like, hold on, cuz, you know what I'm saying? People.
Which people are you talking about? You talking about white folks?
Yes, pilgrims.
Well, at the end of the day, I don't think like Tommy Shelby is leaving white folks off the hook. Tommy Shelby, ultimately, I think is going to make the argument that one of the components that's missing from the integrationist conversation, according to him, would be the economic component. But they want to remedy the economic component by putting black people in the proximity with white people and hoping that their values, either their values will change or that they'll have access to economic opportunities that they've been excluded from. But he's going to say, why don't you just give niggas some money anyway and repair what you done fucked up from the beginning? Why don't you make it to where like black people have their fair share of resources and they can live wherever the fuck they want to live? And if they want to live with white people, so be it. If they don't, so be it. I mean, he said it. Like, where let me see. Where does he say this shit at, bro? He says equality, because his position is what he calls egalitarian pluralism, right? That's the position that Tommy Shelby professes, or that's what he, avows or asserts. He says racial justice requires desegregation, not like an abolishment of self-agglomeration or, like moving where you want to, but like exclusion of people from being able to move where they want to based on law, on race. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a difference, okay? Right. So he says it requires social equality and economic fairness. But what's usually not factored into the equation is economic fairness. They think they can remedy the problem by having black folks move around white folks and that, like the problems will disappear and evaporate.
And that's what's considered social equality, just that effort alone.
But I mean, look, even But there are black people, like BGS is a new integrationist to a certain extent. Okay? He's like, well, like the more and more the black people and white people are around each other, then the more and more that, the black people from the ghetto can, be exposed to different things, and then their world look and their world view is going to change and alter because they're removed from the ghetto, so they're going to think and process culture differently, right? And so he's a cultural, like there's a nature nurture component to like the belief system. I think of. I don't want to speak for BGS at all.
I got a homie who think like that, a big homie in DC. You know what I'm saying? And he was, Georgia Avenue born and all that shit, right? And he see the gentrification that's out there, and he welcomes it. And he's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? It was some bullshit out here, but you know what I'm saying? Things are better, and I like to see things better for my city for the sake of the city. And I don't really know what that means, really like that. If you got to deal with, infestation of pilgrim values, because that tends to erode foundational traditions.
Well, I mean, it all depends on what kind of pilgrims you're talking about. You talking about pilgrims on the religious right, or you talking about pilgrims with rainbows and shit on the sidewalk?
We talking about
like which ones you talking about? You know what I'm
saying?
The
rainbow motherfuckers, the LBG go keep all them letters and shit.
All of them ain't letter people, bro.
I know they ain't, but the thing is, they still come with that same. If they letter people or not letter people, they still come with a slight that they give to the established tradition that's already there. Like in DC. Go-go. You don't hear go-go in DC no more. You should be able to hear go-go in the night, cuz. You can't even hear go-go no more in DC like that, because the motherfuckers that came in just like they did with Spike Lee and tried to stop his father from playing trumpet. He's been playing for 20, 30 years. Just culture, you know what I'm saying, in the community. Black shit, right? Culture. We talking culture, right? And these motherfuckers come in with I guess, deeper pockets and are able to uproot people's foundational culture that they build, families and communities and all this, and this, you know what I'm saying, camaraderie upon. What the fuck is that? Based off of what?
The new integration, bro.
You got a bitch. I'm getting crunk.
It's gentrification, bro. But I want to address this. Muajid the Magnificent. I'm reading from a book, man, called Dark Ghettos.
Yes, sir. Injustice,
Dissent, and Reform. It's written by Tommy Shelby, a Harvard philosophy professor, bro. But, I've been saying this like from the beginning of every video I've done, and I know people are coming in the middle. But again, what we're doing is we're reading Tommy Shelby's Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. We're talking about culture, ghetto culture. Whether or not some people have a weak idea about ghetto culture, namely that, people who operate under it only do so because of the environment that they're in, and the norms and the values help them to deal with the hardships there. And then there's some people who say that this becomes inscribed on a person's psyche such that it becomes part of their identity formation. And, like they won't get rid of it even if the circumstances change. Okay? So it's a lot going on in this text.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't that difficult for me to grasp or understand, but I want you to understand that it's a springboard for other conversations that we might have, because I'm just tired of the loose and the raggedy kind of conversations that are being had about black folks in the ghetto. Like, there's no systematic treatment of anything related to it. Culture, community, family, reproduction, nothing. It's just a bunch of finger pointing. Men pointing fingers at women, women pointing fingers at men. You're a deadbeat. You're a strag. You're a pookie. You's a bitch. You's a whore. You know what I'm saying? You're a slut. It's just back and forth. It's banter at this point, and it's not focused.
Wilson talked about this shit all the time. He said, we nobody look at the system. You don't look at the framework that everyone exists within. And it's like, well, how do we pull towards fixing anything if you're not going to look at the maze that everyone's trying to run?
Well, like this guy here, bro, all this guy here is saying, look, there are some people, white folks, who come up with proposals on how to remedy the condition of the ghetto poor. They say, let's do what you objected to, which is integration. Or, like gentrification, or giving black people vouchers so that they can move out of the hood and go live around white folks in the suburbs. Or, and I don't think that Tommy Shelby has a problem with that if it's the case that black people consent to it. Like if a black person says, okay, I'll move where a white person is, fine. And he explicitly says this. Well, look, I got to go to where he says. He says, look, there is, in short, a difference between saying that justice requires the obstacles to integration be removed so that individuals have the option to integrate, which is the demand for desegregation and social equality, and saying that justice requires that individuals actually integrate. He's going to say, if you want to move, move. But you can't force people to move, though. That's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. But if you want justice, get your ass gone.
But he's also saying that it's like, it's unjust for white people to maintain enclaves where they hoard resources. He says that's unjust, right? I don't think he thinks that's just, okay? So, as it pertains to integration, he has, right? He has some objections. I mean, I've already read the objections, though. He's like, okay, if you want to move where some white motherfuckers at, fine, go ahead and move with them white folks, man. But the new integrationists sees necessary racial residential diversity as necessary. He's like, no, it ain't. No, it's not. That's Tommy Shelby says, no, it's not. So, you know, he tells you why he objects to it. The first, he says, relationships are treated like forms of capital. But people aren't capital, like a kind of resource to be used to help people attain economic advancement. But you can't do that. You don't form relationships with people so you can get into their pockets, at least if that's a sincere relationship. But I mean, one can argue then, you know, on that account, like a lot of relationships women have with men are just inauthentic to begin with. You just want this nigga, you just want me from a dividend. You're
speaking from the perspective of a society, right? So a society can have that value perspective of those that operate within it.
But I don't have the answers to all of this, man. All I can do is just present a text that, like this. There ain't too much in this text that people don't talk about.
Yeah.
But it's systemic, and it's exhaustive, man. And I think it's worth looking into myself personally, because I think we can use it to frame discussions in the future. And if there's something you want me to read, you let me know what it is so that I can actually get to it in a timely manner. But I'm just personally, I just don't think, like all of the bickering back and forth between men and women is really actually gonna do shit at all, for real. Like if you want to burn out, you don't want to fuck with
What Gigi? What in you're a doctor, sir, and we can say that you're a doctor or whatever you went to school for. Fuck all that. You put yourself to the perspective of discipline, of focusing on things, information primarily to that degree. That what you take in, which is the information of Black culture. What is it that you think these two factions want of one another?
Bro, like I can tell you where the gender war came from. It came from white women, man.
Oh, okay.
It is what it is. I done already told people as many times as I can tell them. The gender war is a white man, white woman war, and it really was a manufactured war to begin with.
All right.
Like, this the shit that fucks me up, right? And I was saying this earlier, not to anybody but to myself.
Yeah.
I said, all that feminism has argued for was that white women be able to have the same positions that men had. They're not trying to change the basic structure of society itself. They just want to make sure that women have access to the same bullshit that white dudes did.
Right.
So that's all. Like, I mean, they're nothing more, nothing less. They didn't want to make society more equitable for every citizen. It was a movement started by bougie ass white bitches who was mad at their husbands that they were able to get the best jobs and go to the best schools and have the best forms of, networks above and beyond them. And they didn't want to just stay in the house. They wanted to get out of the house. And they also, I guess, they wanted to be able to have premarital sex and go fucking be a strag or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, you gotta throw that pussy to the community. You know what I'm talking about?
No,
It ain't free. It ain't freedom unless it ain't no fun if everybody can't have no.
Man, they say it gotta be free. What's the name of the song? Gotta be free.
Gotta be free.
So I mean, but at the end of the day, you gotta think these are women who are arguing that shit was unjust for them,
Right.
related to male-female issues. But like they were staunch supporters of fucking segregation in the whole nine. That's why I keep, not to be disrespectful, but like I keep showing this shit. Like these women are the same women arguing this shit is unfair. But look at these motherfuckers, man. They like we don't want you niggers in our schools.
Yeah.
I mean, look at them. They lynching and shit. They're yelling at black kids like, get the fuck away from us, niggers.
Bro, black women didn't really think that they were talking to them, no.
They hanging motherfuckers from trees, little white girls and shit there. They ain't like, it's not like they weren't there participating in this shit.
Velveeta.
They in the Klan. Like, these motherfuckers don't look that goddamn oppressed to me. The damn show don't look like they was in the condition of black folks. I don't see no white women hanging from fucking trees and shit.
So
I'm just keeping it a buck.
All right, so let's keep it even more than a buck. What do you think thank you right there, Sister Sarah, right there. What do you think that it's Oklahoma, y'all? What do you think that black women, what do you think was the straw that broke the camel's back with black women who said, all right, we're finna just go along with what these white chicks is talking about?
Bro, look, we done had this discussion on so many different occasions, bro.
Yeah.
It's like this. You get a leg up because the Civil Rights Act actually works for you because it works for women.
Right.
Like the Pilgrim already told you how the shit goes. Look, the Pilgrim already told you how the game ran down.
Right,
bro.
but she couldn't get into that for her family. Ain't no problem with her becoming the head
Important
of...
changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress.
Well, I think perhaps the most important change was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
Now notice who wasn't helped by the bill. Did she say black men would be helped by this motherfucker?
Not at all.
Not at all. Because she knew black men wouldn't be helped by the goddamn bill.
Right.
Because he know you ain't going to be able to compete with white men, whatever the fuck you do.
Right. But how could pilgrims, dude pilgrims, how could they deny such a thing? So it's like, all right, you know what I'm saying? They already had a crow in their jaw about us. Already.
So the idea is, look, if the benefit was afforded to black men, would they have taken it? More than likely, they would have.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
But black women said, "Fuck it, we gonna take it."
Black men are attached to the family. When we present ourselves as us, we present as all that is attached to us. Black women don't do that. They present themselves as themselves no matter what is attached to them. They are able to operate individualistically, and it's uncanny, no matter what is attached to them.
No, but what they've done is, I mean, look, for right or wrong, for being hermeneutically challenged or whatever, which means not being able to interpret reality or whatever, or justice, or politics, that's advantageous to you, whatever the case may be, man. White women have created this rhetoric that they're at a disadvantage because they got labia and uteri. Like they believe that the world has been unfair and unjust to them from time immemorial, and they've been left out of the good shit. And like men are in a fraternity where they all endorse and edify and support each other. Like, like we is some fucking like international fraternity of men where we just try to hold women down and shit, make sure they barefoot and pregnant at all times.
I mean, well, in the history of them in Europe, could they say that is what they endured?
I mean, that's where, look, all I can say is women have basically, like, white women have created this narrative that there's something called the patriarchy. And black women have supported that notion, that claim.
Right.
They have endorsed it. I mean, the vast majority of them have just accepted. They've been educated into believing it. They've been, enculturated into accepting and understanding themselves as somehow at a disadvantage because they have uteri, mammary glands, and labia.
But what is the power dynamic that black men hold within a patriarchal fashion that is akin to white men?
We already know they don't, bro. Not
No,
in this country.
I'm saying,
Elsewhere in the
is there
world.
an illusion that these bitches can make up? Shit, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I'm reaching with this shit.
Your patriarchy comes from white people's it's like black men have to pay for the sins of white dudes.
Uh-huh.
It just is what it is. And white women don't have to pay any sins at all. Them bitches just, because they're a member of an oppressed class. So, like, all the shit that they did, we can just forget about that. Like, and just, accept the universal sisterhood of women all throughout the world and shit. Even though these motherfuckers were slave owners, used to hang niggas from trees and the whole nine.
Please believe
like, and they'll tell you the white people are black people, but they don't say that black women nothing like white women. They'll never say no shit like that. I'm keeping it a buck when I say that. Now, no disrespect to black women all across the board, but come on, this is the thing I don't like. I told you, I'm equal, man. I'm an equal opportunity critiquer. I'll critique a man. I'll critique a woman. I'll critique a white person, black person. I don't have a problem critiquing. I'll critique a gay person, straight person. I'll critique a young person, an old person. I'll critique any and every damn body. Okay? But what you won't get is the idea that I'm oppressed, so you can't critique me because to do that is to further entrench the oppression. Like who are we talking about, bro? Like, we can't even have an open and candid conversation about justice, injustice, morality, immorality, advantage and disadvantage. Like, I can't even participate in the conversation without you trying to shut me down and telling me, using some negative epithet, like you're a label or something, like you're this and you're dangerous. And if you don't agree, you need to be silenced. We're going to cancel you. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Cut the fucking bullshit out, bro. Like, this is where we are now. And my whole viewpoint on it is men or women can exhibit vice or virtue. Men or women can become more or less indoctrinated into racial Stockholm syndrome. If it can happen to black men, that black men want to adopt an unjust attitude related to race in the United States, what makes women impervious to racial motherfucking Stockholm syndrome or post-traumatic slave disorder? What makes them absolved from it? The fact that they sitting on a taco and the man sitting on balls? Like, what is this shit? I just don't understand it. I'm confused about it. So the sickness, the psychological pathology associated with racial domination only exists amongst black men. For everybody else, they're liberatory and they're a fucking social justice warrior, except for your nigga ass. But the reality is, and I've been saying this, bro, if you are not an advocate or a proponent for challenging and changing and transforming the basic structure of American culture and civilization, you're actually not in the business of justice. You're in the business of tokenism and being recognized for superficial bullshit. You want to be awarded as a member who's participating in a sick system. You want a slice of the devil's pie.
Facts.
It is what it is. Now, I've said this. I've said, okay, the last show I did about the black police officers that killed the boy Tyree, I said, okay, you can take black people and put them into positions traditionally reserved for white folks. They're going to carry out the same behaviors as white people.
Right.
Whether it's another nation, like it's a neo-colonial structure, they're going to do the same shit. If it's in fucking Nigeria, if it's in Kenya, if you just put black people in the slots that white people traditionally held, they're going to preserve the same systems and institutions. And nothing's going to change.
Now, is that due to the value of the people changing once they leave the population that they were occupying but before occupying a position of efforting within law enforcement?
Here's the deal, man. You got to understand what the reason for which the police force was created in America and the kind of traditions and practices and habits that they've developed along the lines of decades, even like damn near a century. Like what was the manifestation of operating standard procedure amongst these people, the people in these organizations? Like, what are they doing? Like, police forces don't all act the same throughout every country, and they all don't have the same outcomes. And it might be the case that, you know, America's unique insofar as, like, everybody got a goddamn gun.
Right. Right. Especially
everybody's got or potentially may have a gun. Whereas in some countries, you know, like, guns aren't that necessary.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But, like, in America, these motherfuckers like, you're not going to take my gun from me.
Don't
because, you know, everybody's afraid of what the government will do. But the government is everywhere anyway. Like, even like in like Texas, I told a motherfucker the other day, this dude was a PO or something. I forget what capacity he served in the state, but he's a law and order guy. Mm-hmm. I said, man, why you motherfuckers love freedom so much? But it's police every goddamn where. Like, why? I mean, how can you say you love freedom so much and there's laws every goddamn where?
They don't have a definition of it. The thing is, they don't understand that if you have laws everywhere, if you have a capacity of your order keepers who show up as law enforcers, that means that you live in an uncivilized society because the people aren't able to adhere to the principles that maintain the order of the society themselves. Ergo, you need law enforcers as opposed to peace preservers.
Yeah, but you know, like, look, man, you take this many people, you put them together, man, you create poverty, and there's nothing to tether and connect people together, no spiritual principle, no, dude, like, you know how decadent this culture is, man. This shit is fucking crazy, bro. Like, I mean, not you. Some people say this is the best place in the world. There's freedom, but like, look, man, this is. You got to be careful about like. You gotta be careful what you wish for, what you celebrate, and what you esteem, and what you hold in high regard. Is all I'm saying. Like, in my viewpoint, man, you could be rich in America, man, and be miserable as a motherfucker.
Look, within the wellness profession, that's all that you meet.
But doesn't all of that only apply to, like, for, you know, you talked about freedom before, like these concepts, freedom, democracy, all these types of things, pursuit of happiness. I mean, honestly, doesn't that only apply to whites? That only applies to them, right? Like, when they come up with these concepts, they're not thinking about us. They're you know, like when they brought us over here, or whatever the case may be with the history thing, it wasn't for us to be a part of the society, right? So everything that they do is in response to us, right? Like, everything that they do is about essentially keeping us in whatever position that they see fit for us. And at this point, they don't even see us fit to be the working class anymore. They're trying to get us up out of here, which is why they're importing all these hostile foreigners. You know what I mean? And why they're allowing these people to join the police forces and things like that. These people are coming from cultures where the police forces are highly abusive, arguably just as abusive or more abusive in these third world countries. You know what I mean? So this is every conversation that we're having, freedom, these different concepts, it just doesn't apply to us. And I don't know if it was you or somebody else that said, like, everything that we got in this country, we've had to fight for tooth and nail. But my question to you and to the other brothers in the chat and on the panel is, like, why is it that Black women seem to be so, and again, I'm not getting into the gender war thing, but a lot of Black women seem to be, like, ahistorical. Like, they've aligned themselves with the power structure, not realizing that. And you don't even have to go far back in history. You can point to Breonna Taylor or Sandra Bland. These are recent examples, and I'm sure that there's dozens and hundreds, arguably probably hundreds more recently that show that you're not really aligned with the power structure. So why are they like, it's like their heads in the sand? Like, I just don't understand it.
No, but, you know, like Tommy Curry talked about that shit. You know, his explanation was, we don't study history anymore. Like, these people aren't into history.
Correct.
Like, the history is unimportant to them. Like, what's important is the concepts, and the concepts themselves, race, class, and gender, those concepts are derived from the 64 Civil Rights Bill, which affords certain people entry into positions and, you know, and give them access to education. So, I mean, like, why would, if this is the very thing that allows or affords you access into positions and education, Why would you try to work to have a new source of or a demographic to compete with in your attainment of these positions and these forms of education? You're not. So I mean, so and then it's convenient to use the argument that okay, it's always been men against women, and women have always been underserved. So this is a corrective measure.
But even when they talk about men and women, it's always racialized. Like they're not talking about non-white people. When they're talking about men and women, they're talking about European history. They're not talking about Native American history or Aboriginal history or China or Asian history or Black history. It's always white history.
They aren't talking much history. They're talking more about their feelings.
They're talking about concepts that they're talking about concepts that they have developed recently. These concepts are not not historical, right? Every concept has has different meanings in different times or whatever the case may be. This is why it's important. This is why, etymology, ethnology, philology, like all of these things are important. So like a historian is going to do, historiography and try to study, okay, like what did this mean at this specific point in time? Like what did patriarchy mean in the 18th century as opposed to what it means now, or what, like patriarchy didn't apply to men and women in the 18th century as much as it applied to races, primarily. So this whole notion of men versus women, it didn't exist. Like this whole,
so let's put a number to it. How new in years are we speaking of?
Bro, we talking about the 64 Civil Rights Act, bro. You didn't start seeing or hearing women talk about gender and sex. I mean, they talked about it and discussed it amongst themselves, but it didn't have the same kind of societal import as it does now. And they're not going to move away from these categories as long as that bill stands as it does.
So at what point did the shift in the value of what it was that they were receiving shift to them as being not enough? So we're talking 300 years prior to that, right? These bitches was motherfucking satisfied.
No, it was Title VII, Title IX, Title X. That's really when they started to shift. But initially, they were cultivated to actually, when they were brought here as slaves, they were cultivated to be above the black man.
I'm talking white bitches, cuz.
They were brought to America. White women were brought to America as there was a form of slavery that they went through. There wasn't an abundant amount of them over here to reproduce. They were taking the white women in Europe out of the prisons and out of the halfway houses, and they were sending them over here to reproduce. It was the same thing with Australia and every other place that they've colonized. So there was a form of a need for, you can make that argument that white women needed feminism, but that doesn't exist with other races, especially with the Black American group. But that was that argument.
That was still only a small percentage of the white women, because they're looking at the women who were in the higher class, which has always really been less than 10%, really closer to a 5%. So they wanted the leisure and they wanted the freedoms, not understanding that small percentage of people's culture. So that's what they supposedly have been fighting for, not understanding how that culture really works. They really don't get it.
There was a podcast that I caught earlier. It was on somebody else's channel, but there was I guess it was I don't know if it was a feminist podcast, but there was a white woman, a white dude, and a brother on the panel. And the white woman asked the dude was like, well, how can you speak from the perspective of being a man? Like, how do you know what it's like to be a man? Why do you think that you can talk on manhood so much? And she essentially said to him, well, the same thing that makes you think that you can speak on whiteness. As a black person, you can speak on her argument was essentially that because we're black, we know more about whiteness than white people do. And that seems to be their constant argument, their constant talking points when it comes to these conversations about race and gender. It's like, yo, like, how can I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I know the impact that your existence has on me, but I can't speak to you, and I'm not oppressing you. Like, there's no oppression that's happening.
So essentially what she's doing is just diverting the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what they do. Like, because when you're in these schools, when you're in these master's degrees programs, and you talking to these radical feminists, like, all they're talking about is like, well, I'm a woman, so me being a woman, that trumps you being a man, a black man. And it's like, yo, like, there's an asterisk on being like the number one threat in the world is the black
Wolf
man.
pussy beats God rod. Ain't that a bitch? Bitch, I wish
like,
you would.
It's like but again, like we have, like, this is why I say it's more important for us to study them than for us to study integrationism and all this other nonsense, because we've been doing it. The theory's been applied with integrationism already, and it hasn't led to anything. It's led to decay. It's led to the broken windows theory becoming a thing. They'll come up with a theory and then they'll actually make it happen, and then we're catching up studying it 50 to 100 years later instead of studying them and understanding that everything that they do is for their benefit, not ours.
Correct.
Everything that they do. It's war. We're in the middle of a war, and instead of studying war and fighting and understanding that, we're trying to cozy up to them and looking up to them with fucking kitten eyes. And that's the problem that we have. That's what I see.
Well, that's what the black manosphere is actually mitigating. I'm not saying it's here to mitigate it, but its presence is mitigating that. Gigi?
Let me just say this. When I see women with motherfucking like hoods on, like I see right here, I don't see women who are slaves, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I get Corey Green's point.
That's a different kind of slavery right there.
I just look. White women know. Like, this is why I had a. Let me see, man. Let me go back to my screen. Right now, actually, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna share the screen, and I'm gonna show you something. And I put this on my channel, but as a short, okay? And you might. So you see the screen right now, right? Let me go to Firefox. I'm gonna go to YouTube. You can see that, right?
Yo, you still use Firefox?
Well, no, I'm using it because StreamYard works with Firefox, and I need more than Google. Because if I play shit on Google and Firefox at the same time, I'm gonna get a feedback loop. Because the way boy, look, I'm using. Let me show you, just so you can see yourself. This is what I'm using. I'm using something called Loopback.
Yes, sir.
So I got my microphone plugged into Loopback, Firefox, GarageBand, which is what my mic is going to. Okay. Google Chrome is there. I'm using OBS, Stream Deck. I got a whole bunch of shit plugged in. Now, I got to have something other than Google Chrome in order to play shit back, or I'm going to get a feedback loop, okay?
Right.
We
got a whole production going on.
For real, yo, it's a setup, cuz it ain't no game, nigga. It's motherfucking the G with a PhD, bitch.
Come on, man.
Yo, hit the cash app.
Yeah, we done heard the motherfucking MC in the production shit, nigga. We know you got it.
Well, I mean, it's just a virtual mixing board, something like a virtual mixing board. But anyway, I wanted to show you this shit. Hold on, let me go to my shit, my own channel, your channel. Okay, so here's the deal, bro. I showed this shit, and I'm gonna show it to you again, one more again, bro. Look, here it is, man.
Why not civil rights? He said the back of the bus, and you said no, that should be
civil rights question has moved to the federal level. I support that.
Well, why civil rights on race but not on sex?
Because it's a different question. Women have not been treated like blacks. I certainly do not subscribe to the view that women have been treated like blacks.
And that's the thing. That's the crazy part. Like,
wait, hold up.
Well, you know, basically, I
hold on. Play the whole thing. She earned it. She earned it, man. Play it. You put it there for a reason.
Why not civil rights?
So I mean, you know, ultimately, man, like, white women have to admit, you ain't been in the grid like we've been in the grid, man. Cut the bullshit out, like that. Right. Like I read a long time ago. This is an article written by a woman named Ann Dummett. And let me see, Dummett, D-U-M-M-E-T-T, Dummett. Okay, racism and sexism, false analogy. So I'm gonna show you this shit. Okay, gotta show it to you. Okay,
shout out to
capture the screen. You gonna see the screen? Racism and sexism, a false analogy, and Dummett. This shit was written in '75. So this is when feminists start fucking, you know, spewing their shit. Mm-hmm. And she was like, look, anyone who cares about getting rid of racism in Britain is accustomed to massive difficulties and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, she says, women's lib is a vague and disputed term. It's more usual to hear of the women's movement now in this country. This includes some formal organizations, some informal groups, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Some are old, established reforming organizations, some new community action groups and so on. That works often overlaps, but there's a marked difference in all the same between the new ideology of liberation and the old ideology of, you know, equal rights for women. The difference is in mood and style rather than a set program. The new mood and style can be conveniently called anti-sexism. But look, this she goes on to say, anti-sexism has in fact imitated much of the language of anti-racism, transferring it unadapted in some cases. For example, where women are referred to as a minority, which they observably are not. The word sexism itself is a coinage struck from the mold of racism, and the word liberation draws its power from association with the fight against colonialism, against economic imperialism, against disenfranchisement fought by non-Europeans in many parts of the world. It resounds with echoes of events in Vietnam and Southern Africa. Anti-sexism has, in short, cashed in on the turnover of the worldwide racial conflict. So in other words, these bitches are eating off the fucking plate of racism.
That was BLM before BLM, nigga.
Hey.
And this is a white woman writing this, though. I mean, this is a white woman writing this.
Yes, that is phenomenal.
And it says, the style of its complaints and demands seek to elevate women's escape from the domination of men to the same importance as the fight against racism. Wow. But this attempt has to ignore or distort contemporary world history. It has to point to women's suffering alone in many countries where women's sufferings are either no worse than or not significantly different from men's, where menial work and degraded status are the lot of the poor of both sexes, or where to have a job of caring for children at home is a kind of blessing compared with toiling in mines or enduring permanent unemployment. It has either to show that the separate struggle of women as women is as significant in international politics and economics as the struggle of oppressed or despised racial groups, or else it has to imply that racism is no worse than sexism, which is crazy. While the women's liberation movement itself, of course, insists on the worldwide importance of its own struggle, those who are committed to working against racism must surely be fearful of the debilitating effects of the comparison on their own strength. In the U.S., the great civil rights movement of the early 60s, followed by the Black Power movement, Black nationalism, and a tremendous eruption of change in public debate and public attitudes on race preceded the new style of women's liberation. So basically, they hijacked the tactics and the modality of resistance of the Black Power movement and the civil rights movement itself. They literally just came in and transferred the rhetoric to themselves. They transferred the energy to themselves.
So was the civil rights perspectives an actual revolutionary perspective of a people going going towards their humanity in this particular modality?
Bro, at the end of the day,
was it that revolutionary? I mean,
it was.
What the fuck did nigga hold up, cuz? Them niggas sung songs and marched and shit. Nigga, that was revolutionary?
No, they got legislation passed, bro. There was a lot of landmark movements that came out of the 60s and 70s. The whole racial reckoning, the whole liberalism and progressivism that this country talks about came from the 60s and the 70s with Black Americans fighting. It was extremely revolutionary. But Gigi, I wanted to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Again, like we don't understand that, like, when the word woman is used, they're not, it's a racialized word. They don't, like, I feel like people forget the fact that, okay, just because they're not saying white woman or white man, they're still talking about them. And my question is, like, who is she talking about when she says, she said the statement, women haven't been treated like the blacks. So when she says blacks, does black only refer to white men or black men, or does that include black women in the term blacks?
Well, of course, look, I mean, you can look at black people qua black, blacks as blacks, or you can look at women as women, okay? And I think that if you look across the board, women as women, just in virtue of the fact that they are women, have not been treated like blacks have been treated as blacks, whether they be male or female.
That's my point, though. That's the point that I'm making. Like, they talk about women, but what I'm saying is, like, so we see that black women have aligned themselves essentially with white supremacy, which many black men have as well, a la the 5 dudes that just murdered that brother. But my point is, like, the distinction is never made between, okay, when we're talking about women, we're actually referencing white women, and when we're talking about blacks, we're talking about women, men, and children. When we talk about women, that's white women. When we talk about blacks, that includes black women. The distinction is never made, but that's an important. They like to play word games. They like to play games with the English language. The distinction is never made.
But you have to, man. You have to be cognizant of the fact also that like there were no men and women amongst blacks as slaves. Right. Men and women didn't exist amongst slaves. You had males and females. You didn't have men or women.
Right. So in a
sense,
my point is,
I mean, but the larger point, man, to answer your question, like without dragging it out, is this: look, of course there are black women. We know this, but like there are black men as well. And here's the issue, though. So white women have convinced all women that there's been some sort of disadvantage that they have on the account of being women. But the problem of it all is, just like the author Ann Dummett was pointing out in this article, look, you can't make an analogy between racism and sexism. But like women have now made sexism to be more important than racism ever was. And now black women have co-opted racism by saying not only are they black, but they're women as well. And so they have it twice as bad.
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about the value, right? Though you're talking about the overall value and the value of those who operate within that element of measurement is different from those who operate outside of it. The thing is, how do the two come to an understanding, if there can be one?
Well, who's supposed to understand who?
Oh no, the woman is supposed to understand the man, because the thing is,
look, bro, look.
Let
me just say this, bro. I've been trying to point out, man, as it pertains to political understanding, black women used to be down with the black cause, black nationalism, all that shit. Like the largest amount of genders, like in terms of sex, it was more women in the Black Panther Party than it was dudes.
Right.
Okay, you can't say that black women wasn't at some point down for the fucking cause, although they might have had some issues. It's always been tension between men and women, and it always will be. Okay,
right.
But by and large, they didn't think that there was a separate, and unique claim that they could make on the government in order to, gain an advantage. Because nothing existed like it until white women created it. And we talking about second wave feminism, until second wave feminism, and they just literally hijacked the civil rights movement and took the advantages that were supposed to accrue to black people in general. They just took the shit for themselves under the grounds that we don't want black women to have more rights than white women. Come on, man. Look, here's the deal. Look at what white women were fucking doing. You see the pictures right there.
Right.
White women had. I put this shit out. I put it out and I said, I also put this out. Okay, let me go to it, man. I said, look, how is it the case that, let me go to this shit.
The bottom line is,
I said, look, all dogs are canines, but not all canines are dogs. For there are wolves, foxes, and coyotes, which are canines, but not dogs. All humans are primates, but not all primates are human. For instance, there are gorillas, monkeys, and orangutans, which are all primates, but not human. All lions are felines, but not all felines are lions. For there are jaguars, leopards, and tigers, all of which are felines, but not lions. Similarly, all patriarchs may have been men, but it is not true that all men have been patriarchs, for there have been far more male peasants, slaves, butlers, eunuchs, and vassals than there have been kings, lords, emperors, and sovereigns. So therefore, stop saying all men are part of the patriarchy. You sound like a man-hating bigot. But what white women did was transfer reality to arc towards what was advantageous to them. And it preserved racial dominance at the same time. It's like, okay, not only do we get to undercut black women, we get to undercut black men as well.
I mean,
we get to undercut them. We get to take what they fought for. They fought against us. It should be clear when you look at a picture where you see a white woman basically in a fucking Klan suit, and it ain't a suit but a Klan robe, because it's not an act to them. They serious about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this shit. This shit is serious to them, man. They like, no, get your ass away from her. They protest. They in the streets protesting against you being able to integrate.
No ambiguity.
Wasn't it a group sport though? Like the whole feminism thing. I mean, we know Gloria Allred, Gloria Steinem, and all these other feminists that popped up in the 70s. We all know that they were connected to the 3-letter agencies. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the funding, you know, and even with Hollywood movies and all the propaganda on the TV and Netflix that's promoted, we all know that these people are under the whim of the state, you know, the State Department and the state in general. So I mean, it's a project that's coming out of Langley and all these other different, you know, government institutions. You know, it's not just the white women. White women were the face of it, but I mean, ultimately, it was a group effort that was led by white men, right? Because I mean, that's where the funding is coming from. That's where the propaganda is being created by. That's you know what I'm saying?
Well, I told you who the person was who introduced sex into the bill. It was Howard Zinn, not Howard Zinn, but Howard Smith, Virginia Democrat.
Virginia, yeah.
I did a show on that shit. Like, you know, like it was him that introduced women into the Civil Rights Act, and who basically made sure that affirmative action and all the benefits that were supposed to be, you know, given or allotted to redress the, you know, injustices throughout history towards black folks, it just, or even Native Americans, it just went straight to white women. And them bitches president lynchings and shit. Like, I mean, you know, they're there trying to prevent integration. They're there to stop desegregation.
Right.
I mean, you can see it. I mean, here they are. This is what they're doing.
And I think instead of us blaming each other and saying we're not doing enough and blah blah blah, I think we need to start learning history and understanding the basics.
There it is.
You know, for people to not understand like the importance of the civil rights movement, I mean, that's astounding. I mean, that was a landmark movement. That the reason that we have and everything that we do. It's like, you know, if you're playing like Final Fantasy, right, and then you cast reflect on one of your characters, and then you try to cure yourself, but it's reflected back to the caster. Everything you try to do to help yourself is completely it's a tactic that's being used against you. It's like they're holding our arm and punching our face for us, and we're not. It seems like we're stuck in this feedback loop of negativity, stupid slogans. Even with the BLM thing, I mean, BLM was completely co-opted in less than a year. They literally killed off all the actual leaders of the BLM movement that was in Ferguson, and then they turned it into something a democratic movement. They took all that money, the $90 million, and then they even put black women as the token, the fall people for it. Patrice Cullors gets called out for buying all these mansions and whatever the case she's doing, and we all know that it was a white woman who was coaching her the whole time.
So we're talking about the value of a culture. We're talking about the value that a culture is permitted to be in worth and at. So black culture is one. It's not permitted to be solidified. Right. It's commodified. You know, basically we're just fucking seasoning, if you will, for everybody else's fucking society.
But here's the thing, right? The hamster wheel exists, but the hamster still has to choose to play with the fucking hamster wheel. Excuse my language. We're stuck in this endless feedback loop that we're choosing to participate in. That's the problem that we have. We're choosing to continue to participate in the bullshit. We're choosing to continue to be used. We're choosing to
be cipher because the steak tastes motherfucking tasty and the wine it's fine, nigga.
What it is that like. What it is that like we're choosing to not be serious. I mean, because like to me it seems like, okay, there's a lot of complaining that's coming from us as a people collectively. There's a lot of complaining that's happening, but when somebody sits in front of you and says, "Hey, man, maybe you're gonna have to do something that makes your white friend uncomfortable," that's when I start bucking. That's when the refusal to actually be yourself and accept who you are. That's when that kicks in. The unconscious, the genetic. It seems like it's genetic. That slave programming starts to kick in. That's the issue that we have.
But wait a minute. You can't just call it on us for the slave programming because black people. No. Hold up. Black people's social exhibition of how they interact with the slave programming that everyone is interacting with. Okay, you say that is particular. But the fact that black people exhibit a slave program, everyone has a slave program because the system, that's just how the system works. They figured that, all right, you know what, this shit is profitable. Let's expand these value parameters well outside of this so-called plantation. And that is what it means now, the effort element as a citizen. Hence why everyone is operating on some form of objectivity, waiting for what the nigga is going to do. Because we're the most actually authentic person within this system. Everyone else is operating off of an already established measurement of the system. We're the only one really efforting for our humanity within this. Everybody else is just looking to get in where they fit in within the system. Some black people are looking to do that, but within that, they're still attempting to achieve this new humanity, you know?
Yeah, well, look, bro, all I can tell you is that's why I'm reading this text. Because it just, like, a lot of people think that the text is only about culture. But, I mean, this text covers everything. It basically is like, okay, you want to talk about the ghetto? Because black people are dealing with ghetto conditions contemporarily. I mean, not all of us are dealing with it. But, like, when you talk about black folks and redressing inequalities and injustices and shit like that, you think of the ghetto primarily. Or you think about black people not having access to jobs and opportunities and positions and having, a bankrupt situation culturally across the board, and what's responsible for it. Typically it's going to be the ghettos, because black folks move from the South to the North and to the Midwest in search of a promised land, but what they found themselves was a fucking different form of wilderness. Okay, they thought they was gonna be like Moses, carried out and given the land of milk and honey, but they just got corralled in the fucking ghettos. Okay, and not to say that only blacks live in these kind of conditions, because white people live in trailer parks, and not to say that all blacks live in ghetto conditions. Okay, but when you think about emblematically, when you think about the problems associated with black life, you tend to think of the ghetto. You know what I'm saying? And so the author comes up and says, "Let's talk about injustice. Let's talk about community. Let's talk about culture. Let's have a conversation. What are people saying about the ghetto and how to change the conditions there? Or what they proposing in line with what's fair or what's ethical? Or are they going too far? Or are they trying to change black people and to take away their liberty and their autonomy and trying to improve their lot? Okay? And let's talk about reproduction. Like, is it fair for a ghetto denizen to reproduce? Is it even fair to bring a kid into this world knowing that the kid is going to live in poverty and be subjected to concentrated disadvantage and all the shit that goes along with it in disadvantaged neighborhoods? Is it even smart? You know what I'm saying? Like, we can wait for his answer, but
that means that you're measuring human development based off of how this particular societal structure, structural framework is set up. And not just set up, but we're talking about the measurement of the value of a person.
But bro, you gotta look at it like this. Would you, like, if you're a farmer, would you plant your seed in any soil, or you gonna make sure that the soil is enriched before you fucking plant the seed in it?
Right, you're gonna check the soil.
So a lot of men, like, you worrying about all these single moms and shit, men got to take some motherfucking responsibility for this shit too. A lot of men in the manosphere got kids with baby mamas and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, you got to be responsible for you planting your seed in a motherfucker who you wasn't married to.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, we got to take responsibility for some of the shit that happens in our lives as well. I ain't saying that women aren't responsible, but one of the, like, I would tell young men now, stop getting these motherfuckers pregnant, especially if you ain't married to the chick, bro, or you have no understanding that you got, like, a lifetime of interaction that is going to be positive with this chick. Niggas just fucking pussy. Niggas just fucking girl with fat asses.
Yep. That's it.
That's not good enough, bro. Not enough to have a baby in. No, it's not. Not today.
Never was.
Not in 2023, my youth.
Then you got to look at you before you even fuck a chick. Look at the family composition. Look at her family. You can't do, like they say, date the girl, marry the family. That's how marriages used to be perceived. In some parts of the world, that's still how marriage is perceived.
Right.
Yep. It ain't just based upon your own, like, romance or some shit. This motherfucker, ooh, I knocked my socks off. Oh, goody, like I love her, and all this bullshit. That's not how marriage has ever been perceived throughout the annals of time.
Right.
But today, that's all it is. Oh, I love him. Oh, I'm mad. I'm happy. Oh, I'm not happy. All this shit.
Yeah,
You know what
so
I'm saying? Like
somebody
when did it become about my personal fucking happiness? Like a lot of these, like the issues that men and women have, wouldn't even exist if there were like extended family structures. And not to say that, like you want everybody all up in your mix in your family, but like family used to live close around each other. It wasn't just like, oh, well, I'm like, especially in the South, motherfucker, it's whole towns and shit with families that live close to each other.
Yep, next block
Correct.
over.
You know what I'm saying? Now you go to the city, motherfuckers might not even, you got to drive across town to get to where your family at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So it's like, family has been supplanted by, different forms of association, and those forms of association aren't strong. But like, family's always had its problems, and it's always going to be, injustices within the context of families in and of itself. But the shit we doing now, bro, like, all I can say is, needs to reevaluate it. We think, like, women think that they winning because this, I thought about this shit too. I did a show on Rousseau and something called Amor Propre. And what happens in civilizations is that people use artificial indicators of success in order to, fuel their self-esteem.
Yep.
Like I have a college degree. I have an advanced terminal degree. So fucking what? Like, it's not the end-all, be-all of who I am in terms of my identity formation and how I understand myself and how I want others to understand me. It's part of it, but it's not the sum total of who the fuck I am. Right. But like, more important than a degree or a certificate is my interaction and my relationship with other people. Somehow that shit has been lost. Like, what you want to do? You want to brag now? Like, you're like, oh, well, I got this. I have a certificate. Fuck your certificate, man. Like, and fuck your job. Like, most people, when they die, they ain't gonna be like, boy, I had a good ass job. For real. Your job don't mean shit when you about to die, man. So what's gonna matter is whether you was cool with your family and you had a satisfactory life and the relationships that you had, not just intimate relationships, but relationships with your fucking family and your friends.
Well, status is seen as more important than character, and also we have the policies via the courts that allows people, primarily women, to be irresponsible. So until the policies are, in my opinion, just cut right down the middle, where people just got to be responsible for their stupid decisions, I just don't see it changing. Because
it ain't gonna change. It's not gonna. I even did the show on why the family is where it's at. The family on decline. Why it's in decline. How different contingencies of women thought that the family is the seat of oppression, and so therefore it needs to be eradicated if the imbalance between power. And the imbalance of power between men and women is to be eliminated. Then you got to get rid of the family. So it is what it is, bro. That's why niggas is getting passports. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is like, man, fuck this shit. They made it America, not just America, the Western world, and it's white bitches that have done this, and the bitch ass white dudes that consent to it because they ain't got no nuts or whatever. So it's like anything women they say, them motherfuckers like here, all these bitches got to do is cry, and they gonna give them the world.
But what's interesting? Like for all the the Marxist propaganda and all the bullshit and just the weird politics that they push, they're still getting married. I mean, obviously, like their birth rates are not commensurate with maintaining their race, and they're going to be a minority, thankfully, in a couple decades. But they seem to still be functioning when it comes to nuclear families. You know what I mean? Like they're still getting married, and they still have traditional situations popping off. For the most part.
Yeah, some of them do. Some of them, some white girls are thoughts and got babies and shit too. You know what I'm saying? But maybe not like the magnitude we have. But I will say this: I've already testified to the fact. Man. I've seen women who fucking are staunch feminists in their careers, and then they go home and they got husbands and boyfriends and shit. Oh yeah. Like, the woman who taught me one of the, the head of the Women and Gender Studies department where I got my PhD and, took at least 3 fucking courses in feminist philosophy, or not but just gender studies in general. Man, her husband was a masculinist scholar, nigga. It just is what it is. Like black women are so starved to prove that they are the shit. Like that they want, but it comes from not having self-esteem. Like wanting to be seen is a feature and a function of somebody who just really doesn't feel really secure in themselves.
That's
so
right.
you got to be a somebody. How do you do it? And look, I don't give a fuck about. Look, I don't give a fuck about your degree. A woman, a man, none of that. Like, I'm not impressed by degrees anymore because I got one myself. So at this point, it's like, okay. And then I never try to belittle motherfuckers who don't have them. I mean, I might talk, if they don't know what they fucking talking about, I might say you don't know what you're talking about. But I'm not gonna be like I'm a better individual. I'm morally superior to you because I have a degree. You don't see me acting like that. I don't talk to y'all like that.
I mean, what the thing is to become knowledge and what it is that one wishes to know is the only route through institutionalized education. When you're learning about the elements, earth, wind, fire, water, you know what I'm saying? Heart, Captain Planet, nigga.
Yeah,
you know
but that
what I'm saying?
doesn't
Ain't got the motherfucking monopoly on that shit. I don't give a fuck how the fuck they teach you.
The problem with that is that they don't like. They're teaching you like they don't teach you how to critically think. They're teaching you ways to think like them. Like they're teaching you their methodology.
They're teaching you what you need to know to function in their society. To be productive. That's it.
Yeah,
man. Really. Like Carter G. Woodson talked about this shit a long time ago. He talked about some shit called the miseducation of the Negro, man. Like you ought to read the book, man. You know what I'm saying? The whole point is like a lot of black people go to school and they learn white people shit. And I'm a fucking example of that. But at least I had the good sense to read fucking Carter G. Woodson and read, Ben Yakinen, Theophilo, Benga. I read Chiek Anta Diop, Ivan Van Sertima. I read the Moala Karingas and the Melefe Kete Asantes. I read the Moata Ashbys and I've been reading all kind of different literature, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like I just been stuck reading white people shit. You know what I'm saying? I try to keep myself balanced. You know what I'm saying? I read George E. James, The Stolen Legacy, all this shit, man. I've been doing this shit since I was a fucking 19, 20-year-old. You know what I'm saying? And even earlier. So all of it, you got to understand their shit and your shit.
So Gigi, what is the lack of the value in a scholar in these contemporary times?
Well, it's just like right now, a lot of people are anti-intellectual, man. And it's fucked up.
How? That's fucking oxymoronic. So how is it logic, and how does it stand as something that is a semblance of permissible?
Oh, I can tell you that. You can look at what's been going on the last few decades. It really stems from the student loan issue and people not being able to get jobs for them to pay off their loans or to actually, survive. Or I can't even say survive, to thrive.
No, we're talking anti-intellectual though. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
And specifically anti-intellectual. Excuse me, anti-intellectual.
But the right has always been anti-intellectual as far as I'm concerned. I'm just keeping it a buck. Like anti-scientific, they've been like this quasi-theological, nationalistic, quixotic, romantic bullshit about America. Like I've never been into that. It's never been my cup of tea, okay? But like on the left, they're becoming anti-scientific as well. It's like, okay, well, everything that came out of the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, that shit is rejected now. I mean, how else can you start to say that motherfuckers, who got like penises or women and shit? Like, I mean, we got to deny. It just makes no sense to me. Hold on for a second. Hold on. We'll talk amongst yourselves for a second. I got to attend to something.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I haven't seen this. I didn't. This for me. I'm about to be 40, so this was never even publicly spoken about until the 2000s, 90s. Right. I mean, if you were even talking anything like this, you were a fucking idiot. And nobody took you serious. So that's why I'm saying. I started hearing this during the anti go to college, anti the banks, anti everything, but without anybody really studying the history of anything. Right. That's when I started seeing that or hearing that really, and it being accepted publicly.
So when it came to studying the history, what is it that you surmise that the people surmise of themselves that they didn't need of that which is essential of that which you knew.
Well, again, I said it earlier, man. It's about people's feelings. They don't want to. Like I've had
nigga, fuck feelings, cuz
well,
we talking.
That's
talking
what I say.
We talking shit that people can build upon. You can't build on no feelings.
I'm not saying for me. I'm saying for most people because I can tell you from the many people I've been talking to for the past couple of decades, and most of them have been college graduates.
Okay.
They don't want to fucking hear it. They don't want to hear about policy. They don't want to hear about books. They don't want to read it at all.
Okay. I can speak to this as well. I work in engineering and IT, and I have for the past decade. And
what generations are y'all encountering?
Well, I'm talking about generally people under 30.
I've heard it all the way up until sadly, black guys in their 50. Fucking 50s.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So we got a juxtaposition here.
Sadly.
So equalizer. Based on you said up into their 50s. What is the deficiencies that you're saying that cats are not adhering to within, I guess, a natural objectivity that they're supposed to be adhering to? Like something that's not just professionalism aligned, but aligned with progressing oneself as a so-called citizen or a person within the system.
One thing I've heard a lot is even reading your phone.
Oh fuck!
Like so that's
why the fuck people don't want to read in the future, man? What happened to reading? Reading sucks now. Is that what it is?
Is that crazy?
That's stupid.
It's like when I bring that up, I sound like a white man. Right. None of that stuff's gonna change anything. But I'm like, listen, these are the things that influence our culture and our subculture. So if you don't understand the chessboard, how the hell are you going to be able to maneuver, let alone
that's the thing.
But
that's the thing. Like, what are these dudes looking at? Like, they're not looking at changing systems or building empires. No. These niggas is looking at being comfortable. Like, and discomfort reading equals discomfort. Just like going to the gym for a lot of these dudes is discomfort.
Hey, bro, let me break this shit down to you because I'm back. Let me break this shit down, bro, because I've been listening, right?
Yes, sir.
The average motherfucker goes to school, man, for what?
A job.
That's it.
That's about yep.
That's all. So like motherfucking students are not there. Like one of the things I tell students when they complain about like, well, this is not my major and all this shit. I don't know why I have to do all of this. I'm like, motherfucker, you went to this college. The college has a vision and a mission statement. It also, before you apply to that motherfucker, it tells you, okay, here's what you learn in this college or that college. Predicated upon what the fuck your major is, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you signed up for this shit. Like whatever coursework you have to take, you knew a fucking ahead of time what it was. Now, if you wanted to do some different shit, you could have went to a trade school or some shit like that and bypassed this. But no, your black ass or your white ass or your Christian or your secular pagan ass is sitting right here in this seat and you signed up for what the fuck you asked for. Now, especially as a black man who teaches fucking Western philosophy and, other alternative forms of philosophy, like white people don't give a fuck about their own culture or what they perceive to be their own culture. They don't give a fuck about Plato, Aristotle, they don't give a fuck about St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine. They don't give a fuck about Locke, John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, Rousseau. They don't give a fuck about Descartes, Immanuel Kant. They don't give a fuck. All they care about is taking the test, passing it, going out, getting drunk or high, and having sex. That's all they give a fuck about, bro.
Well, they care in so much as it benefits their racial self-esteem. That's when they begin to care.
But it's Negroes at the universities too. They got the same mentality, man.
Right.
I'm saying, like, I went to an all-black school. Like, I'm not saying that there are studious people there. A lot of them were women.
Yeah.
To keep it fucking frank. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like a lot of these dudes didn't study, man. But it was some smart niggas there too, though, that believed in getting it in. But I saw more women that was actually studious than it was niggas.
That's right. Across the board.
I'm just keeping it a buck. Now, you can say all you want to about, well, women are not rational. They're emotional. They have no aptitude for this and all that.
They can't when they want it.
Man, dude, look. all I'm trying to say is, bro, when I used to, what I used to do before a motherfucking test in any class that I would have? I would say, okay, look, I tell the teacher ahead of time, I want to make an announcement when the class is over with. Can I please do that? Oh, sure. Okay, thank you. And I tell everybody in the class, look, I'm having a study session at my house or wherever y'all decide to want to have it. But I'm off campus, so you know what I'm saying? We're having a study session. We got the test coming up next week. Here's the days that we're going to do it. And if you down with it, come holler at me. Niggas didn't come out. I would be surrounded by bitches, bro.
Yeah. Wow. No, that's a fact. Gigi's right.
I would be surrounded. I mean, I would have 6, 7 chicks listening to, and I knew more than they knew. I mean, not to say that, especially as it pertained to humanities. Okay, now if it was some science shit, they might know more than me. Okay, right. But when it came to the humanities, you not really fucking with me in the humanities. So they would be trying to have me help them break the shit down. And they were smart enough to use me as a resource so that they didn't have to do all the heavy lifting.
So what the value? So what was the value that the brother was into then? What was their value system where they couldn't understand that they had a resource? Access to a resource. They was
trying to unplug from having to learn shit.
Oh, they were just
to them. It was like, okay, well, I ain't gonna say no dudes ever showed up, but the vast majority of people who showed up was women.
Right.
It just is what it is.
Are you college campus? A whole bunch of women? Come on, man. Dudes just trying to get it in, man.
I mean, but not all of them was takers, Toya. Not all of them was there on some brain dead shit. I went to school with some smart ass women, boy. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Some of them motherfuckers are medical doctors and shit. And they wasn't no dummies, man.
Yeah.
These wasn't no stupid. Like, a lot of men have this interest in saying that women are stupid and shit. Like, that shit ain't true, man.
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying? Like, I'm keeping it real. Not what I saw when I was in fucking school.
Yeah.
Now, I might not agree with their politics and the orientation to social life and shit like that, but these motherfuckers ain't stupid, bro. They're not dummies, bro. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, all I'm saying is, though, most motherfuckers in school, most, male, female, most, don't matter what they are, okay? Most of them are there to get a certificate and get the fuck out of there. And they not trying to revisit the shit that they learned when they were in college, man. Don't give a fuck about it.
Well, most people don't even really read after college anyway. So,
man, dude, come on, man. Like, that's why I'm reading to y'all now.
Yeah.
Because I know y'all not going to read the shit on your own.
Exactly, man.
So I'm there, and I try to make it entertaining about being vulgar here and there. I try to make it, I try to use colloquialisms and songs and silly rhetorical devices to keep you, immersed or interested in it, because I know otherwise it's just abstract information. You're going to be like, well, why should I? Because even reading to me was boring. It was a labor.
It's work. That's
like, have you ever tried to read motherfucking Descartes or fucking Immanuel Kant? That shit is hard to do. Or Hegel? Like, shit is hard to understand. It's not easily understandable. You gotta go through, you gotta read. It's not some shit like you can read like a magazine article and comprehend what it is you're reading on one take. You gotta read again and again.
I figure it
and
takes
again
you into
and again.
time to contextualize in calculus form, if you will.
Bro, like, I swear to God, man, 20 years ago, I wouldn't have, I'm not gonna say 20, but maybe 25 to 27 years ago, if I tried to read a text like the one I'm reading, like Dark Ghettos with Tommy Shelby, I probably wouldn't be able to decipher it.
Right.
Because it's too many arguments going on. I probably wouldn't be able to follow the main points that he's trying to make. I probably would have gotten caught up in the minutia.
Intelligence is a science, though. That's the thing. Intelligence is a science, and in that science, you're attempting to see if you can understand the whole. No one is going to understand the whole, but we can understand a decent amount of it to where we understand what we understand, and someone else understand what their decent amount is. Excuse me, the other person, and then you got a stone soup situation to where everybody eating off of the factual perspective of the reality and able to progress from that, move forward. But I think what you're presenting is that ultimately, unfortunately, it seems like whatever perspective that the white women brought forth as their political perspective, not their social perspective, black women received as being a social perspective towards gender, period. and not a political perspective towards white
It's
women
political.
in their
That
class.
shit is political.
Right, in their class war with white men.
Bro, look. Motherfuckers said we handing out free cheese to motherfuckers who meet these criteria. So you mean to tell me if they said we giving niggas with, niggas
cheese and butter, nigga? What the fuck?
If they was giving it to niggas would be out there
money.
getting it. But it just so happened that women finagled the system to get it for themselves.
Yeah.
They just co-opted the legislation. Now, I mean, I said this before. If they were offering me the shit, I would take it as well. Now, personally, we already know that there's a difference between men and women and what men and women are willing to do in reference to duty in terms of family. Because, we already know, and this is the odd shit here, because women are demanding that they be included into the public world, but when it comes to their involvement in the private world, they want to maintain the same kind of traditional relationships and shit, and have the traditional norms. So you want equality in public life, but you want pedestalization in private life. Fuck that shit, man. Niggas we don't know how to do that. We can't. I'm not about to be code switching norm gears all fucking day trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. It's too much work, man. Like, okay, you want equality, you want money, you want a job like a nigga. Well then, bitch, I tell you what, pay the bills like a nigga.
That's right. Go build some bridges.
You don't want to be a nigga now, though.
That's right.
You don't want to be a man now. Now you want to fucking retreat into your soft girl life. Fuck all. Hey man, that soft girl life is dead. You can't have that no more. You already got away. Like that's like motherfuckers say chivalry's dead and women killed it. You killed that shit. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like I refer to. Look, I'm not saying that whoever you're in a relationship with, you should treat them nicely. Okay, but treating you nicely doesn't mean that anymore or any longer you can just say, okay, my money, your money is my money, and my money's my money. Bitch, no. I'm sorry. You don't get to do that. Shout out to Mr. King for becoming a new member, man. Appreciate you, brother. Straight up, man. You deserve some fanfare for that. Anybody? Welcome to the Green Gorilla Channel membership, man. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that. But, like my whole thing is, bro, you can't oscillate back and forth and have, like, it's a la carte. Like the benefits of masculinity and gender are like a fucking cafeteria where you can pick to select the shit that you like and then just discard all the shit you don't like. You want the benefits of manhood, but you don't want the burdens associated with it. You want the privileges of womanhood, but you don't want the disadvantages or the burdens or the duties associated with it traditionally. How the fuck then, like, to me, it's like you just want the best of the best and you don't want to put anything in. Mm-hmm. That's not a recipe for success in any relationship with any goddamn people at all, in anything that you do. And like this whole, this concept of identity associated with I'm the prize and all this, man, fuck all that, man. Like, motherfuckers watching Cinderella and getting the shit wrong, bro. Like Cinderella, they getting the picture wrong. Straight up, man. I'm not bullshitting though. Like the whole thing is, you are fucking asking to be able to make bread and to make money. And be a boss bitch and all of this kind of shit and be the bitch. But when it come down to, supporting the family and shit, you ain't down with it. And if you got a nigga making less than you do, you're going to try to belittle him and emasculate him like he ain't shit.
And even when you do make more, it's the same thing. There's envy and jealousy that you got to deal with. Gigi, let me ask you this, Gigi. What do you think is going to happen with this new generation of women in 10 to 20 years when the majority of men of means are going overseas and copulating with those women over there?
I don't give a fuck about them. Fuck them.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that the response by them do you think that the well is going to become dry because so many men from the West are now looking at other countries and importing themselves to other countries?
There's always going to be some niggas who tied to the gate, bro. Niggas ain't going nowhere, ain't doing shit. Pookie he's never going away. You know what I'm saying? You just leaving more for him to fuck around with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, another man's trash is another man's treasure. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just the facts, man. I'm not,
Yeah.
you know, like you feel like niggas feel like they going to over other countries, they punishing these bitches. No, you doing what's good for you.
That's right.
You ain't got to worry about what the outcome is for them. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
fuck, so what?
Yep.
What happens to them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, what happened to your mama's, you know, something of import. What happens to your sister is something of import. If you have children, what happens to them is something of import. But what happens to a random casual motherfucker that call themselves black and just so happen to be female? I mean, you know, like they deserve respect as a human, you know, as human beings. But
Right.
if there is no contract, no national ethos amongst us, you know, related to our own group, what the fuck I'm looking to preserve black love for?
Yeah,
And
no,
you
I'm not
trampling
saying-
all on it. I don't
that
see the
wasn't-
reason why I should do that.
You know, that question. I'm just thinking, like, what do you think is going to happen within this like? Because what we see is like a people that are slowly and surely becoming more and more degenerate. Like we're not prepared for war. We're not prepared. Like if the government were to say today, listen, we're gonna commit genocide, or we're gonna get rid of all these American-born black people. We're not ready for that, right? And if the white citizen who's been deputized, right, if they were to do that, we're not ready for that. So that's how I'm looking at it from the war perspective. I ain't talking about the love shit, but that's whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
if that
looking
shit
at it
happened
from
in America, like if niggas was prepared, it'd be a fucking decimation because
Right.
we outnumbered. So like if niggas was ready and was like the 300 and shit, we just ain't got the numbers, dog.
What do you foresee? That's what my question was. I was going. I don't care about black bitches getting dick. My question was, where do you foresee the FBA culture or ADOS culture in 20 years, 30 years from now, with so many with the brain drain?
You seeing it right now?
Yeah, you
with the brain drain that's happening with men, decent dudes who are like, listen, I can no longer. I need to go out to find something.
The mulatto class is going to continue to grow, and it's going to be a further divide between the haves and have-nots. It's been going on. It's just being accelerated, and we've seen it accelerate during COVID. That's it.
It's still some women here, man, that have good attitudes.
Oh yeah,
and and have good family values. I'm not, because I got families, and the women in them, some of them on some bullshit, but like the vast majority of them are married. You know what I'm saying? Like, and been married for like 15 plus years. You know what I'm saying? One baby daddy and shit like that. Not multiple, but like one. You know what I'm saying? So most of them, or either they remarry, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. Because, shit happens, you know what I'm saying? So, but the reality is, motherfuckers is trying their hand at love and all this shit, and it's all about love and togetherness and happiness and all of this shit. Like, marriage is becoming obsolete any fucking way. Like, I hate to say this, it's just like, something has to tether you together other than hedonism. You know what I'm saying? Like a pleasure. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be something deeper than, and it's got to be something deeper than utility. Mm-hmm. Like, I can use you for this, or you look good on my arm. Like, that's it. Or when I go out and people see that fat ass, they think I'm a player or something. Like,
right.
It's deep. It's got to be deeper than that.
But
you know what I'm saying? Like,
if the social structure doesn't permit for such a necessity, that's never going to be.
And that's what we were saying earlier. If they don't change the laws and policies, then there won't be a change. And that's what we're saying. There won't be a change.
But men are not interested in advocating for each other, so that I don't see that happening.
Well, hey, bro, the only thing I can say is, hey, man, this is the only place where black people are in the world.
That's
like,
right.
You got motherfucking Kenya, Gambia, you got Brazil, Dominican Republic, Haiti, you got Cuba. Motherfuckers can go anywhere they want to go. Like, you ain't got to be restricted to this motherfucking, bro. You got Uganda. I mean, you got Jamaica. Like, even though that's kind of Western, but at least they have like vestiges of African or authentic black culture or whatever the case may be. But I try to tell people, man, the United States is the repository of white supremacy, man. It is the safe hold, the stronghold of white supremacy. It is the place where they made sure that they had the largest numbers of white people as opposed to slaves. And they did that shit on purpose, bro. These people ain't dumb, man. And before they get this motherfucker up, Like, I don't care if they're the minority. I believe they'll let this motherfucker burn to oblivion before they hand over the reins to this motherfucker to Negroes. Now, excuse me if that sounds, pessimistic.
That's what it is.
I just don't believe like that. They're willing. Their identity is. Here's my okay. So metaphysically and ontologically, as a philosopher, I'm supposed to think beyond the categories that people utilize at the current moment and think like about what's actually real. To me, like if you think that you're white, which is like less than like 1.5 or to 2 to 3% of who you are is based upon like the genes that you have make up your skin color, like or any color in your body at all for that matter. Like less than 3% of the genes. So for you to reduce your identity to your fucking skin color is absurd to begin with.
Facts.
I mean, like it's always been absurd. Like, so you are white. Like, there's so much other shit going on in you, but that's what you choose to focus on, the superficial shit that you see on the surface. Okay, cool. Because I try to tell people, and people don't understand it when I say it. A lot of people like to identify with being black, which is understandable given the political predicament we find ourselves in. However, like if this bullshit didn't exist, why would you identify as essentially as a skin color as opposed to any other variety of features that you can look at in relation to what makes you you? Because you got essential properties of who you are, and
it's
then
really not a skin color though. It's real. It's what it is. It's a cultural adjective that is being defined as being.
It's a social status.
There it is.
It's a social status. It's not a cultural thing. It's a social status. There's many cultures amongst race.
No, this shit came from pilgrims, cuz we call ourselves
whiteness
black.
came from Europeans. Whiteness came from Europeans.
Yeah, but you have North Africans who are considered Caucasian, and they're not. Their skin is not. You have Somalians who come to America darker than me and you, and they're considered Caucasian. It's a social status in this country, at least.
But what that has to do with the value that they place on black people who are just merely seeking to be the best American citizen that they can be.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing,
permit
bro.
their system to be set up to snack on the nigga.
Because the caste system dictates that if you're black, you are supposed to have this, and if you're white, you're supposed to have that. That's
based
what
off
I'm saying.
of what measurement?
Your skin color.
Based off of whose perspective of what the skin color is supposed to be?
The people that are in power, the people that control
the dominating society.
Okay, that is tribal. That is cultural. That is not generic. That is not objective. That is not general.
The social status is general. What do you mean?
How the fuck is the social status general when them motherfuckers is white based off of their own distinction of what whiteness is?
I don't understand the question. What are you saying?
Nigga, them motherfuckers do not operate off of a general perspective of what everyone agrees what whiteness is. It is what their perspective.
Whiteness means in America, whiteness means non-black. That's what whiteness means. This is why you have. Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk?
Go ahead.
This is why you have people from south of the border who are darker than me, who are able to get ahead. This is why you have somebody like a Kamala Harris who does not identify as Black American, who's able to become the vice president. There has not been a Black American vice president or a president. You understand that? There has not been a Black American president for as long as we've been here, but you have somebody who's from outside of America who's been able to get the fast track into the vice presidency, who's been able to get the fast track into certain access to power that nobody in our group has ever had.
And that means
she is not classified as. Let me frame it for you. She is not classified as Black in America. This is why she's able to do what she was able to do. This is why you have people who are non-Black, Hispanics, Asians, who will become the police force in the buffer class in America in the next decade or two. This is why you have people who are migrants.
Face of white supremacy. Yeah.
This is why you have. Let me finish. This is what I'm talking. I'm elaborating on my social status point. This is why you have people who are migrants who have done nothing to contribute to America, who haven't paid into Social Security, who don't pay taxes, who feel entitled to certain things in this country that they have done nothing for, because they are considered white by white Americans. Because everything that they do is to undermine black people. The group of people that have been labeled as black, that is the social status. You're supposed to be at the bottom, and then everybody else who has straight hair or can be considered white or has close enough features to the Western or Anglo look is considered white. That's
Is
my
that
point when I talk
perspective
about social
set by
status.
Anglos? Or is that perspective set by the world?
No, the perspective is set by Anglos. The perspective is
And
set
it
by
is
Ashkenazis.
accepted by the world, is it not?
That has nothing to do with my point.
No,
though.
yes,
That,
no. But it has nothing to do. No. But I'm not talking about your point. What we're speaking of, when you're talking about ghetto shit and ghetto culture, you're talking about social value. You're not just talking about an adjective to describe a place where a particular people are. You're talking about a people of a particular value, a people of a particular ethic, a people of a particular percentage of assumed or an unassumed lack of civility, lack of sophistication, right? Hence, as what Gigi was saying earlier, you know what I'm saying, and what it was that he was narrating and reading. So so the whole thing is, what I was trying to get people to understand is that it all is from the perspective of the mind frame of measurement of the pilgrim. Now, is that the measurement of reality, or is that just the measurement of this society that everyone who interacts with it, be them of whatever so-called color, whatever a color could be described as or defined to be, adheres to?
well, there's different ways of looking at it. Like
it is of this culture because that is the dominating. That's the dominating society. That's
so there's
why
different ways of looking at it. And I don't mean to cut you off. So there's two ways of looking at it. Like obviously we know that it's not reality, but at the same time, power dictates reality. Okay, that's what it is. Like power, martial might dictates reality. Okay, you could say that if you're a short person, you're better. And we all know, genetically speaking, shortness is not better. But if you have the power to make that the reality, then that's just what it is. If the pilgrim or whatever you want to call them, the white supremacists, the Zion, whatever you want to call them, right? They have collectively decided that they are the in group and that we are the out group, particularly black males. Anti-black misandry is the law of the land. That's just what it is, and that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about social status. And then also, like you said, to help prove your point, sophistication is defined by them, but at the same time, you had hood sophistication. It's a different type of sophistication.
I got to break in, man, because I got some disrespectful ass chick up in here, man, talking shit. Like, look here, lady. This Queen Boo motherfucker. Look here, man. Whoever you are, I critique any and every goddamn body. And if you feel like you can't be critiqued, get the fuck out of here. Holla at you. See you later, bitch. I don't have a problem with calling you a bitch either. Get the fuck out of here. Holla at you. If you don't like it, get the fuck on out.
God damn.
I ain't bullshitting either. Like I don't need to have you up in here. You don't like it, get the fuck away from here, man. I'm not gonna sit here and take disrespect for somebody. You coming in my shit. You in my groove. You know what I'm saying? And I always say, look, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, if you black or white, you red or brown, you purple or yellow, you straight or gay. You can get some critique here. And if you don't like what the fuck you hearing here, step the fuck on out. Get the fuck out of here. The door, let the door knob hit you where the good Lord split you.
That's some Midwest shit. What's your her, motherfucker?
Shit, what's your
her? Move back your her so that you can hear what a nigga saying in your bitch.
Oh my God.
No, I just don't like people coming into your house, then being disrespectful in your house. Cause I don't go to none of their houses and get disrespectful. I don't talk on their shit. I might make a comment in passing, but like I ain't gonna be like somebody doing a live like. Keep our name out your mouth. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here, man. Don't come in my shit doing that.
And no one's saying anything disrespectful, so there really is no issue.
See, I don't get disrespectful unless y'all get disrespectful.
Exactly.
And if a nigga came here and was disrespectful, I'd do the same shit. Bottom line, it's just what it is. Like, you all up in why are you even here?
Straight like that.
We've lost the sensibilities of consequences.
Look, this is a space where we have an open and honest and candid conversation. I didn't even start off talking about women. All I started off doing was talking about black culture related to a book written by a philosophy professor from Harvard.
Yep.
But if you expect me to sit back while I'm disrespected by you, you need to keep black women don't got black men names out of their mouth. They talk about niggas all day, every day on the motherfucking internet. All over YouTube.
Man.
Go there and come with that bullshit energy to them. Tell them to keep niggas' names out their mouth. I mean some fire-ass pizza too. But tell them tell them to keep our names out their mouth. Now, if you can manage to do that shit, you come on back. And I'll say, okay, well, you do that shit across the board. But as far as I'm concerned, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get this word.
Mm. What the fuck? Is that real?
Hey, it's real because seeing is believing is real.
Oh,
get this word.
I think he was counting in that scene.
Don't let those birds this.
No, nobody gets to come in the dojo, man, and start talking shit, disrespecting the sensei.
That is true.
Fuck all that shit.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, all I said was, hey, look, bro. We got a cultural problem. I do believe we have a cultural problem, like the book is talking about. I believe we have a weak, not a strong cultural problem. But maybe some people, strongly identify with thug culture and backward culture. But black women are doing this shit. At this point, black women, in order to, like, every system has, every culture has a system which announces who's going to be in what slots in a hierarchy.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Every society does that. Black women are using education related to the system created by white folks to, attain what they can, as well as black men, But the difference is, we're not using the system to our advantage. Like, it's just like, okay, well, I'm going to use it to show you I'm better than you. Man, fuck all that, dude.
That's
some stupid, that's some 90-90 boo-boo shit. Like, come on, man. Like, this is what we doing. This is what black culture has become. 90-90 boo-boo. I'm better than you. That's what we on, man. Come on, man.
You're speaking identification. So let's say that, all right, black women will identify with how it is that they attain within their success within the system. And that was the actual question that I came up to ask you. I forget what element of the passage that you was reading, but that's the one. Shout out to BGS. He put all them questions up when I asked her inquiry. Can success hold a culture, and particularly within this system?
If you can protect it. If you can protect it, if you can't protect it, it doesn't mean anything. No. And you can see that with black women. This is why this is so
what Gigi was reading, though. That's what prompted the inquiry. Because based off of what he was reading, it was alluding to an element, saying maybe even lightly of success being able to hold a culture. Not necessarily it being an objectivity of itself, but a whiteness having been attached to it or some form of fashion.
Yeah, there's up until a certain level.
Okay.
Up until a certain level. But then again, everybody can't make it. I mean, everybody can't make it just naturally based off the fact that we are not all created, with equal ability. But then that's also predicated on dominant society, what they value.
Mm-hmm.
Period. It's just across the board. So if women want, really what a lot of these women want, they want this 1% lifestyle that less than 1% of people actually live. So then they're gonna look at you and say that you're inadequate. That's what's
Well,
going on right now.
How do you get them to understand that 1% lifestyle is what they are? They are viewing reality and measuring it through, because it's not 1% to them. To them, it's what they are.
It's attainable.
Are old, attainable. Yeah, yeah.
They think it's attainable. It's very simple. Avoid, nod your head, walk the fuck away. because clearly they don't get it. Especially the more I don't like calling it education, especially the more college training that they get. I'm telling you, I've had multiple conversations, exes, all college degrees, masters, blah. They don't care about the fucking policies. They don't care. They're entitled to a 1% lifestyle that they were not cultivated to be in. They literally don't understand it. And I can tell you how I know how I understand it, because I work in finance and I do taxes on the side. So I know how to 1%, 0.1%, 0.01% actually lives. Very few people understand that life. That world is not even a life, it's a fucking world.
Bro, do you have
they cannot relate.
Do you have contact information to get some accounting and things like that done?
You mean for business or personal?
Yeah.
Depending on anybody can pretty much do it as long as they're licensed.
No, I'm asking for your information so that we can conduct business together.
Okay. SALCHIHANSFORD@iCloud.com.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Put that shit in the back chat, man. Put that in the back chat. You know what I'm saying? You got like a private chat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But you look, all I'm saying is, man, it's some shit that Rousseau, it's a term he created, man, called amor propre. Go look and see what that concept means.
How you spell it?
Amor, like my chérie amor.
Oh, okay.
But propre.
Right.
PROPRE.
PROPRE. All right.
Yeah. If you look at Wikipedia, which you can look at, just start there, okay? So ultimately, self-love, self-esteem, or vanity.
Okay.
So it can be contrasted with something he calls amour de soi, which is, self-love, but it's a different kind of self-love.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the kind of love that animals have for like to love themselves like a dog would, or, self-preservation, like an animal would, right?
Right.
But like this other amour propre is based upon like trying to outdo motherfuckers in culture and shit, like the pissing contest.
Spit $100 on this, just be like, nigga, you ain't up on this.
Well, it's like you trying to get esteem from having a car or some shit. Like, look at my car, motherfucker. Like rappers do. My chain, look at my chain.
Yep.
Just bragging about, like, it's braggadocio.
Right.
Related to titles and positions in society. Unfortunately, Americans, man, it exists within American culture, period, like amour propre does. And, like motherfuckers fall prey to it, even in the black community. In different ways, you know what I'm saying? Thugs to, boss bitches. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So, amour de soi is primitive, whereas amour propre is societal. It's a form of self-love that only comes with comparing yourself to somebody else. You know what I'm
saying? So it's not based off of a love of intrinsic worth. So it can't be called necro or what's that word that they using to describe everyone's internet presence now? Starts with an N. Not necro, but something self-loving or whatever.
Narcissism?
Narcissistic, yeah. It's not really in the realm of narcissistic.
Yeah, it is to a certain extent, but the whole point is it causes misery because you constantly trying to keep up with the Joneses and shit. That's like you get a car and then the motherfucking neighbor or your homie get like, oh nigga, that shit dope, like, or you get jealous and so he go get one,
right?
And or the chick got some red bottoms and the bitch like, damn, this bitch got some red bottoms, like, I gotta one up her, you know what I'm saying? So the sort of shit that bitches on the Real Housewives of Atlanta worried about, or niggas on hip hop, love and hip hop worried about. They worried about status and like, look, And it ain't really even substantive status. It's some bullshit status. Like,
Yeah.
if you think your status is predicated upon buying what marketers and advertisers are selling to you, shit you don't even fucking need. Come on, man. Look, half of these white women are like, like so-called bougie white women.
Yeah.
It's all about buying shit from gay European designers and
Fashion
shit.
designers. Yep.
Of course. Well, the
Like
thing
that's
is,
the value system of that's the value system of the average American. Rappers done turned to this shit. Like
yeah, the motherfuckers are shoppers, cuz they not rappers, they're shoppers.
They're consumers. They're marketers and consumers.
That's
You can call it what you want to call it, cuz the motherfucking culture did not start off with no fucking consuming, other than maybe some bitches or whatever. But it wasn't no element of look how much I spent on something. At that most, you're talking about drive off in a fresh OJ. A fresh car. It wasn't just because it was expensive. It was considered more. All right, this was more of a fresh element of a car. All right. Well, we had our own quality. We had our own quality perspective with things. Once people take on the pilgrim's perspective of quality, that's when it all goes to shit, because it ain't even really quality for the pilgrim. It's really more of a front, and people won't tell themselves that it's a front as they are aspiring to place themselves in that fucking pilgrim position.
Hey, John, so I just want to say, thanks for having me on the panel. I got to go to bed now. It's late. Thanks for having me, and it's been great to rap with you, GG. Appreciate you having this broadcast and having me on there.
Peace out, bro. I'll holler at you on the next one.
All right.
And I just want to put a number on this, because a lot of people really don't understand. They don't understand income like at all. Like, to hit for you, the national average to get into the 1% is $140 some odd $1,000 gross income.
Okay.
And the amount of tax returns that even hits that number is only, and I'm rounding up, 1.34 million people.
Right.
Or tax returns, because if you file married, that's two people. So it's not even.
You're talking in America, right?
I'm talking about in America.
Okay.
So it's not even a lot of people.
Right.
And 1% isn't, and $500,000 is not even rich. So This is what I'm saying. People are very fucking delusional about the 1% lifestyle. They're extremely delusional, and a lot of them feel entitled to that.
What do they get out of that delusion, though? That you get right back to the whole thing of the white women's word being able to hold the weight that it did at the time that it did. Now, look, let's say that all Black people have some form of an imprinting associated with white worth, white value, and everything, just due to an epigenetic link of our, ancestors, slavers, past, and everything, right? All right, that's what it is. Well, the thing is, at the time to where I believe that would be the second wave of feminism, Gigi, the 70s and everything. How is it that the white woman's word was able to hold the weight that it did at that time, when the entirety of the Black family, of the Black community, was openly and transparently fighting against this motherfucking nation for their humanity? And the entirety of the world could acknowledge that, to the point where they would set up some element of templatry, if they will, with the style of engagement that the Black people were doing here, to the point where them motherfuckers was even trying to get afros in they non-nigger heads. We're talking about values. The whole thing with ghetto shit, Ghetto Ish. You're talking the value of the people in the space. And that is what causes one to declare this specific adjective of the property and the entirety of the value of everything in the space. People, instruction, people, construction, infrastructure, all that. You know what I mean?
Let me just say this, man, and we can go ahead and wrap this up, man. My whole thing is, bro, the best thing in life are free. All that conspicuous consumption bullshit, it's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit ain't gonna bring nobody happiness no fucking way. You know what I'm saying? So there's stories that go back to the fucking Bible, all the way to ancient fables and myths and shit that, detail the stories of what miserliness brings about. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think King Midas is a story about? It's a story about a motherfucker hoarding gold. You know what I'm saying? Such that, you know, he felt like the more of it he had, like, I want everything I touch to turn to gold. Okay. So now you touch your daughter. Now she gold. Now you touch your wife. That bitch gold. You ain't gonna want that to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, the root of the word miserable is miser. Like a hoarder. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like trying to, you know, like for Rousseau, like, you know, a more appropriate leads to vanity, and you can't ever keep up with it though. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause there's always gonna be somebody to outdo you. Always gonna be somebody to one up you.
Yep.
And it just creates unnatural conflict. First of all, like, positions in society are artificial anyway. It's not a natural determinant of who, you know, who's better or who's worse. My purse is better than yours, or your shoes and all this shit, man.
Right.
Silly ass shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, competition, compete with yourself. Outdo yourself.
Facts. Yo, with that being said, I'm finna mash out. Thank you for the sharpening and the hospitality as always, Dr. DG. Respect to equalizing everybody who participated. I'll let y'all on YouTube streets, man. Respect.
Oh, bro, I'll holler at you on the next one, man. You got any last words, man? Because I'm about to close this down, man. Been here on 4 hours, bro.
Oh yeah, no. Just appreciate everything that you PhDs put out here. You know, I just hope more of the guys come on here, be open minded, learn, and actually read the articles, read the research, read the books. You know, so you know they can improve their own personal lives and you know, leave the women who aren't checking for you. Just leave them alone. Like, I don't even know why you're even trying to convince them of anything. Just leave them alone. Go live your life.
I wish I'd have learned that lesson a long time ago. If it don't fit, don't force it. Just relax and let it go.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a lot of times the guys be trying too hard, man. Fuck trying all that trying and, you know, all that effort and struggle and shit, man. You know, if it don't work, man, it don't work. If it ain't fitting, it don't fit. You gotta try something different, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the only thing I'm saying is, don't let yourself get caught into this whole idea that, you know, if people will try to put the guilt trip on you, like, you know, you gotta be with this type of chick or you gotta be with that type of chick. Do what you wanted, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to date a black woman, date one. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Because trust me, if a white woman want to date a black woman want to date a white boy, she gonna do it.
Yep.
You know
Unapologetically.
Yeah, you know, and they gonna be like, oh, look at that, like Meghan Markle story. Ooh, she's a queen, princess, and all that shit. Like, man, you know, like, ain't nobody. I never thought like Serena Williams was a betrayer of blackness because she married a white dude. Like, I wasn't like tripping off the shit. Like, I just wasn't, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she married a white dude. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Or the Eve chick that used to rap. She married a white boy, right?
Yeah, yep.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody like, you know, it is what it is, man. You know, have your fun, lady. You know what I'm saying? Do you. I ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like, oh, everything's coming to a screeching halt because you ain't fucking around with a black dude. Like, it is what it is, man. Shit.
Yeah, I think a lot of the black guys they fall for that. They fall for that trap where the women start complaining that the small percentage of black guys who are not either dating or marrying black women, you know, they shame them, and these guys fall for it, and then they shame the black guys. And it's just a weird. I just watch it on the surface, like, you guys are all stupid.
Well, you know, I would say this, man, to Chukwu. Look, bro, it's not, females are going to be who they are, but the problem is they, you know, they have the false understanding that they can achieve a lifestyle that they don't have access to. That's the problem, because they see it on social media and the internet and on TV and shit. Like, that's not your lifestyle, man. That ain't for everybody, man. You should be arguing for better justice. Like, instead of, this the shit that fucks me up, right? This the shit that really got me twisted, right? Instead of arguing for your slice of the devil's pie and how you deserve to have a slice of the devil's pie, how about let's make the pie, turn the devil's pie into an angel food cake where everybody can get some. You know what I'm saying? Not that everybody get exactly the same thing, but where everybody can live stress-free. It's possible motherfuckers in different countries have done it.
Yep.
Where motherfuckers ain't stressed the fuck out because they bills ain't paid and, you know, they living on the street and homeless as a motherfucker. Like, every country doesn't have a homeless population.
Yeah.
There's a reason why America has a homeless population. Not every country, but you know, some people like, well, you know, it's inefficient, it's non-productive and all of this, man. Fuck all that, man. I'm not, look, at the end of the day, man, efficiency and productivity ain't every goddamn thing. I mean, it's important to some degree, but it ain't the only value, man, out here, you know? So, and look, all I can say is, you know, I ain't never dated nobody else but black women, but, you know, if I decide to do something different, shit, it is what it is. You know, it's like, niggas just tired of the bossy ass shit, man. I'm tired of boss ass bitches, man. I'm like, personally, I just cannot deal with another boss bitch. I'm like, man, look, it's too much, man. You know what I'm saying? It's you want to come home and be comfortable and cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I have been one of those guys who bent over backwards to try to demonstrate that I'm equitable and fair and all this kind of shit.
Oh,
none of that shit worked. That shit didn't work at all.
That's the worst thing to do.
No, I mean, but you know, like I feel like, okay, I ain't gonna do what I ain't gonna do. I ain't gonna require nobody else to do what I won't do. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's my mindset. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, you know, I enjoy cooking and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I like making a dope ass motherfucking, you know, dish or something like that. Just because I want to be able to do it. The best chefs in the world are men. You know what I'm saying? So you know, like I like to be like, if I see, you know, a chef, you know, Justin Wilson on TV making some dope ass shit, I'm like, damn, I want to try that out. You know what I'm saying? So, but you know, like I feel like, you know, I want my house clean. You know what I'm saying? If I invite a woman over to my house, I don't want the shit, like, I don't have to have her presence here in order for it to be clean. I can clean the shit myself. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm around and I'm living there and, you know, like, let's say I am cohabitate with a chick, I'm going to clean the motherfucker up. I'm not going to wait for her to clean the shit up. I'm going to make sure, because I have it in my mind that I clean up as I mess up.
Correct.
That's how I look at whatever it is I do. Whether I'm cooking, before the dish is done, the dishes is done.
And you know what I've noticed? A lot of these, unfortunately, BWs, when you as a black man operate, a lot of them don't know what to do with you, literally, because I have those issues where they come by my place like my shit is on point, and they literally don't know what to do, or they think I'm putting on a show, and it's like, nah, my shit's like this, whether you were gonna be here or not. Like, I'm a clean dude. My shit's in order. Like, I have protocols, and they're just not used to that.
You know, hey, my thing is, hey, I've had lazy ass chicks before, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, man, that shit don't, man, you go pick your motherfucking panties up off the floor, goddammit. Them motherfuckers ain't just gonna be laying on the floor. Fuck all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta do something about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind a motherfucker just like to lay around every now and then, but goddamn it, you gotta get your ass up and do something. We ain't gonna be laying in this motherfucking crib all day. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
Some chicks like to lay. You know, I want to lay. I'm tired, man. Fuck, I'm gone. So that means you gotta go. You know what I'm saying? It sounds fucked up, but it is what it is, man.
Yeah. I haven't had that one, but I have had the ones that want to travel, and it's like, you can go travel by yourself. Because I'm not spending extra money for no reason.
Oh, no, man. I ain't buying tickets flying motherfuckers out of state. Make them feel great and all that shit. Nope. I have had some chicks fly in of their own recognizance, but I ain't paying for shit.
Yep.
I'm not all this fly out shit, man. I'm not for all that, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got your education. You got your job. You're strong, independent. So...
You know, I don't mind spending money on somebody if it's mutual.
Exactly.
You know, I don't mind sharing the shit that I have with somebody that's willing to share. Male or female. You know what I'm saying? Not no homo on the male, but like if I got a homie.
That's your friend. Yeah.
Nigga, I'm buying the drinks, you know, or it might be like he might be fucked up that week or something, you know what I'm saying? He don't get paid. I'm like, nigga, don't worry about it, dog. You good.
Exactly. That's how it's supposed to be.
You don't worry about it, dog. Don't even worry about paying me back right now. Don't even worry about paying me back, period.
Yep.
I'm kicking it, nigga. You kicking it. Just chill. You know what I'm saying? Like, But if a woman comes to expect that shit, like, you don't never set nothing out? You don't never do nothing? You just got your hand out like... And the only reason women do that shit is because niggas is big-ass tricks. You know what I'm saying? Which,
That's
you know,
right.
I understand. I get it, bro. Some niggas can't do nothing but pay for the pussy, though. I get it.
That's the only way to get it. Yeah. Nah, Nope. I'm very public
That's just
about
not been my... Man, I'll go buy a bitch a bottle of Boom for him and blow her brains out. You know what I'm saying? Tell her we about to... I've done it, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say it always work, but like shit, you know, sometimes the one night to change your life is the shit to do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
And ain't no need to be going all out for one night. Shit, we having an experience, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Yeah. If I have to have money to have you around, I don't need you around.
You said something right there, buddy. You said a mouthful right there. So having said that, we're going to depart, man.
Yes,
I'll holler at you guys on the next show, man.
Have a good night.
I'll be back on Thursday, man. I ain't coming back tomorrow. I'll be back on Thursday with Nameless Protagonist and the Admiral, man. Sand Dog. We'll be back in this joint on Thursday. I'll holler at y'all, man. Till then, one.